Check, check. Check, check. Good morning again. Today is day 2 of flights of the 2026 Air Cargo Challenge here in Stuttgart. Today I'm here again with Niels.
Good morning.
And yesterday we had a lot of action, a lot more action that we actually thought we would get. But that was just great. And overnight we received the scoring, the provisional results, and there are a few surprises.
Yeah, definitely. So first of all, we have with an astonishing 2 rounds of over 1,000 points. Aero UD, definitely a strong start here. After that, the AK Modell München, Munich also closing up. Although they've not yet reached over 1,000 points in one round, they were really close in the first round. Maybe they are now able to get that in the third one. On place 3, we have extra 2 UPV. All those three teams will also be today in that order starting right now. They're already preparing. Everything looks fine so far. Weather here on the place is perfect. Almost no clouds. That will hopefully change throughout the day so that we get a bit more shadow here. Otherwise, we have a really slight crosswind. So there's not that good of a headwind as yesterday, which definitely helped some teams to gain some altitude earlier than expected.
Yeah, but I think that's gonna probably change this afternoon.
Yeah. So the first loading on time, I think, was successful.
Yeah, and again, in case you still have not checked the website with the current standings, go to the Air Cargo Challenge website, and you will find the whole scoring and all the details of yesterday's two rounds that were packed with action. And yeah, so there has been a change, not a change in the leadership. The Italian team, Udine, is still going strong and has been the best team in both rounds. The second position has changed. Exodus has left place to the German team, to Munich, and they're actually quite far apart. There's a big difference between the first and the first placed and the first outside of the podium, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. So on the first place, we have now in total 1,067 points, followed by place 2 with 981, and then place 3 with 767. After that, we have a bit of a jump with 599 points, and then it goes down up to 0, of course, for some teams, which are not able to fly yet. So definitely an interesting situation here. We might see how the day over the day might be changing. Um, but yeah, we hopefully are should be able to get 2 full rounds of flights throughout the day. Yesterday, everything went really smooth. We had really good operations on the flight line, thanks to all the helpers from the Akamodel Stuttgart, but also here from the flying field in Böbling. A lot of people giving up their free time to make this happening here. So that's definitely, hopefully, also the same kind of operations as we will see throughout this day.
Yeah, it's not easy to find volunteers for all the hard work that it's needed in order to make this event a successful one. And so we're very grateful to them, to the people from Kirchheim, the people from Bublingen, who've been very supportive and who's been here every time we need it.
Yeah, definitely.
So we can see on a screen now the the German team preparing their aircraft in the staging as Udine gets ready, almost ready to get into the runway for the first flight of the day.
So what you can see here in the screen is the loading operation, which also counts for the score. All the cans must be placed inside the aircraft and all hatches closed as fast as possible. So that's being timed, as well as the deloading process. Um, Definitely an interesting task, and we have seen some really interesting solutions from teams in order to make this happening as fast as possible. Um, Really a lot of good engineering there.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's something that's maybe not obvious, that the competition is not only about flying fast and carrying a lot of payload, but there's also historically been these bonus points for the ease of loading and unloading. So the faster you can load and unload your plane, the more points you can get. And I think this is a very interesting scoring side, because then that makes the teams really think through their designs and to find good structural solutions for their craft.
Yeah, it also benefits teams which might not be able to perform the highest on the flying conditions, but therefore optimize on some other tasks. So it definitely makes up the leader score space a bit more interesting. So we see here the plane of Udine being placed on the flying field. Again, the positioning is really important so that the flight is valid. We see the pilot on the flight line and the line guards on the 40-meter mark, I think.
And the wind is actually picking up a little bit, or is this just me? What do you think?
Yeah, it is picking up. Unfortunately, our windsock here is a bit collapsed right now and hanging off on its mast. So we can't really tell you the direction of it right now.
And it's very early today, and it's the first few minutes of the live stream, but we already have over 60 people watching us. So thank you so much for joining once again.
So quick check with the grass on the floor reveals that we have a bit of a headwind. So again, a good situation compared to yesterday. The takeoff time has started now, so the team now has 60 seconds for its climb, or otherwise 3 minutes for the next starting attempt. But everything looks nice, easy in the air after 40 meters, landing gear up, and with that,
Yeah, slowly climbing.
yeah,
There you can really see the influence of the wind, much different compared to the conditions from yesterday.
yeah, we see a really calm flight and a steady climb from the pilot. And with that, it seems like we've entered the distance flight phase. So now 120 seconds of trying to achieve the maximum distance with this aircraft and the energy from the initial climb, and of course some energy stored in the batteries.
And Udine is currently carrying 11 cans, so that's the first, it's the highest payload that we've seen so far.
Yeah, they
And
were able to carry them as well
yeah,
yesterday.
it's actually the same payload that we saw yesterday from them.
Hopefully, we may see some higher payloads today, since the teams may gain a bit of more confidence
Yeah,
with
but
the
I think
aircraft
that
and the conditions here.
the fuselage from this Italian team is only capable of carrying 11 cans. That's their limitation. So they will have to squeeze the rest of the performance in the speed phase of the mission. I mean, it's not like they need to squeeze a lot of performance more, right? They are leading
Yeah.
the competition.
Here it's no more on defending against Munich.
Very smooth flight.
Yeah, always well above the 10-meter minimum we have for the flight phase. And I think now we should have left the time limit for the distance phase and should be nearing the next landing attempt. With these conditions, the pilots can decide on their own in which direction they want to start or land. Um, so it's not as easy, at least as yesterday, where because of the headwind conditions, it was definitely quite simple to guess. We see the gear coming down. Looks like it's fully extracted.
Yeah, so some wind is always beneficial for landing because it helps you achieve a lower relative speed, right? So a lower
Yeah,
ground speed.
definitely. And with that, we have the touchdown on the runway. As you can see, the plane is unfortunately drifting much and ended up with its nose in the field.
That's what I was mentioning about the wind, right?
Yeah.
It's much harder to get it to break, but still very good effort from the Italian team.
Yeah,
Congratulations.
good job. That necessarily is not directly unvalid. Braking with the nose in the field is okay with the regulatories. Um, the flight manager now has to check that not a single part has come off. But since the build quality of this aircraft is quite high, it's not necessarily to be expected. Yeah, generally the landings on the pavement are always leading to quite long rolling distances, since the wheels of the planes are typically really well designed and therefore and also not actively equipped with brakes. So typically for the landing, the grass leads to a bit more of a safer option.
And let's see if we can. Yeah, here again, the first landing of the day. The team is still checking the condition of the aircraft after it's ended at the end of the runway and against the crops. They have to verify that there's no loose parts, that the aircraft is in good shape in order to obtain the scoring.
So it looks like everything is all right. So that hopefully was a valid flight. Um, we already see Team Munich from the Akademie Munich preparing their aircraft on the line.
Oh, I think the propeller might have had an issue and yeah, I think they might have had some issues. Doesn't look like the team is happy. Um, we had two beautiful flights from Entomo yesterday, and I'm sure we'll get more. So that's really not a big issue. Although being the first is a very high pressure, right?
Yeah,
So every attempt counts.
yeah, might leave some space for Munich to follow up. So back in the distance, we can see some birds circling in thermals over the fields. So maybe also some pilots are able to benefit from that. We can now see the team from Munich making themselves ready for the flight and maybe closing in the distance to the team from Udine.
And we got the current payload being carried by the German team, by team number 19, Model München, for this flight round, which is the maximum payload capacity of the airframe. And it seems like they will try to take off in 40 meters. This is what
Yes.
I can see.
Our line guard is walking towards deadline,
Yeah,
so it
so
should be in 40 meters.
they are risking with the tricky low wind conditions. Let's see if they can actually manage to get this short takeoff and benefit from all the bonus. I think they might be waiting for the best conditions before starting the takeoff roll.
And with the propellers turning, with that the flight time has started, the plane is rolling down the runway,
And I think they've
lifting up.
managed. Yeah.
Yeah, you can definitely see that it's heavy now.
I also saw the plane view towards the left just to use up all the width of the runway and get some extra little bit of length. It's a very nice strategy by the German team.
And we can see how it's slowly gaining altitude.
Slowly climbing, staying below the 30 amp limit.
And with that, we are over to the speed phase.
This looks like it could be a very good flight,
Yeah,
maybe a winning flight for Model Munich.
definitely contributing some really important points to close in distance to the leading team.
That's of course if they manage to bring it home, which is not easy. We've just seen how hard it is at the moment to break on the runway with the wind conditions.
Yeah. And the thing is, the runway is a bit going downhill. Might not be a large elevation difference, but it's still something a pilot has to calculate with and feel with.
Of course,
And that also doesn't make the job easier with those aircraft since they have such a large wingspan. The ground effect is definitely important here. That's also a reason why we see some aircraft gliding down the this runway here towards the end of it.
we have now over 90 people watching the German team fly for the third time in this competition through our live stream.
Now nearing towards the 3 minutes of flight time. So the cruise flight segment should be over in some seconds.
we got some questions about the payload. So yesterday we were showing some data about the aircraft. Um, that was based on the technical report, so the payload prediction of the teams. Today we're actually getting the real payload that they have declared for the round. So that's also an interesting fact for the viewers. And Akamodel Munich is today flying with the full capacity of 10 cans.
They're going in on the first landing attempt. Gear looks to be completely extracted. Really nice and stable approach. And we have touchdown. Nice job. Really good flight.
And the team looks very happy that I think they have accomplished a a very good flight, maybe the best flight we've seen so far.
Possibly, yeah.
They've already got some really good points yesterday with that really long distance of over 3,800 meters, which was a very good distance. And today, with the bonus of the 40 meters on top, that's definitely gonna give a huge amount of points.
Yeah. Although they shouldn't leave their guard just now, because on the offloading of the aircraft, they can still gain some points or lose them compared to other teams. So that's still one task they have to achieve. So, and we have already the next team on the flight line and preparing their aircrafts. It looks like we were really able to keep up to the high pace of yesterday. That's definitely a good thing for us organizers, but also, of course, for the teams, so they be able to achieve the maximum number of flights or chances to lift up, depending on which condition their aircraft is currently in.
Yeah, next up, the team from Valencia, Extra Dos, who's getting ready for their third flight. And we'll see if they manage to stay on the podium. We saw them yesterday after the reports and presentation score on second place still.
Yeah.
After the first two rounds, they dropped to third place, and there's the Portuguese team of Ubi following closely behind.
Yeah.
So this flight will be important for them.
Yeah, their first flight in the first round was really, really good with 911 points. The round two was a bit worse with 640. Let's see if they're able to achieve their personal maximum now, maybe even better than round one. The plane is starting, rolling down the runway,
Yeah, and there's a
and
takeoff.
lifting off before the 40 meters, although with a quite high angle of attack,
Yeah,
which is now drawing its current. And we have a failed starting attempt. The aircraft came down in one piece, so the 3 minutes are still running, as is the team member.
let's see.
If he's able to get the aircraft back onto the line in 3 minutes, they can do another starting attempt.
This could be critical. I saw the wheel that might not be airworthy. Let's see. It all comes down to these 3 minutes.
Yeah. As you can see, it's not always only about the aircraft, but also about the team and the pilots.
A lot of cheering from the audience.
Yeah.
That aircraft really struggled to climb.
Yeah, that's the issue with the starting before the line. If the pilot pulls a too large angle of attack, that can definitely be a problem and punished in the next seconds. We see them working on the landing gear and checking. From our position, it also looked like one gear might be a bit loose after the landing,
Yes.
and that's hopefully not an issue for the next attempt.
And
We
for the
press our
landing,
thumbs. Yeah, we press our thumbs and hope that they're now able to actually climb away.
Team Extrados loaded with 10 cans. And it's takeoff. It's a valid takeoff before the 40-meter line.
Great.
Very impressive second attempt.
They also loaded with 10 cans. We definitely see that the aircraft is struggling with that weight. great job by the pilot for the second attempt. Definitely not easy. And also great job by the team member to retrieve it on time.
It's really not easy with this still wind conditions, but they've managed to get a flight, a valid takeoff. That's very impressive. That's a very nice effort from the pilot.
They are climbing and getting some altitude. And with that weight, we might see some good speed resulting.
Yes, of course. The heavier the aircraft, the the more speed they can get by just pushing down and diving.
We actually see them now quite high and also quite fast. So that might be a good run for them.
Yeah, could be. And the landing is gonna be treacherous.
That's going to be really interesting and difficult for the pilot. We just hope that the landing gear
Yeah,
makes no issues and works perfectly.
it will have to hold in order to count. It would be a shame not to get the points after all this effort.
We have now a bit of a crosswind picking up.
And it seems now like they're sticking a bit better to the 30 amp limit, as opposed to yesterday where we saw them um, with a few spikes over the 30 amps. So that might also play in their favor for the scoring.
I think I saw the telemetry data tiny bit above that, but that might also be an issue in transmission and so on. So we'll check that afterwards, of course. We have seen some teams getting some penalties from that, so that's definitely one also of the important points here.
It's really fast right now, stretching the last final legs of the speed phase and preparing for the approach. That needs to be a soft landing. That pilot needs to be ready to make a very soft landing and also to brake just in time.
Yeah. That was a
Extremely
really
sharp
sharp
turn,
turn, but also with some crosswind that definitely
very well
is now a
controlled.
bit stronger than before.
Also, a very beautiful plane, a very nicely designed livery.
So we see it now slowing down and coming in for its first landing attempt.
Let's see if they can get rid of that speed and keep the aircraft intact and not lose any parts.
We have a go around.
We see the full flaps already applied.
Really slow.
It's going to be a very difficult landing.
We have the
Yeah, that
next
was
go
too
around.
fast.
Again, with some really slow speeds in that turn. Also a bit of a critical situation there.
Here goes
That looks
nothing.
good on a
Let's
third
see.
landing attempt. Really
That
nice,
landing
really
gear.
stable.
I see the pilot tried
The
to put.
gears.
Oh
Oh
no,
no, no!
that was very unfortunate.
That was the right
Right
wheel
until the
coming
end.
off. That's really unfortunate. That unfortunately is an invalid flight for the team.
It was a very good landing, very nice and soft, putting all the weight on the wheel that was not damaged, and right at the very last meter. So unfortunate.
That hopefully is repairable, and we hopefully will be able to see a strong fourth flight from this team.
And I think we'll get a replay of this landing. A lot of applauses for the Spanish team after the great effort.
They definitely have earned that one. We now see the replay in the stream, and it's the we really hold up until the last meters. That's really unfortunate, and we really hope for the team that they're able to repair that and make the next flight count.
And this is now team number 13, UB Aeronautics team. The team fighting for the third place.
With 12 cans, so the highest loading we've seen for today.
Yeah, this is a new record for this USI Cargo Challenge. 12 cans, very very high payload, and we'll see how that works for them. Seeing all the problems from the previous teams.
They're still aiming for 40 meters of takeoff distance, so that's going to be interesting. We have no clear headwind, a tiny bit of crosswind.
I have to say, if they manage to take off within 40 meters with 12 cans and these wind conditions, I'm going to be very impressed.
It's rolling down the runway.
And that
unfortunately
it
is
looks
a failed attempt.
It's just very, very hard with this wind to get a good takeoff run.
The 3 minutes are counting down. Their team member is running.
That plane looks very heavy, but they have the Fola flaps, right? So maybe they have a trick up their sleeves.
Hopefully they're able to benefit from that in the next attempt of starting. And we have the next starting attempt. The plane has... Oh no!
Oh, that was a hard hit.
Yeah. Unfortunately, that looked like some parts were falling off. The flight manager is now also checking and running in to see if that was the case, or if they can...
The propeller is gone.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's invalid. We have lost some parts.
So many problems in this first round today.
Yeah, I think the issue might be that now the teams are pushing for points with high loads.
Yeah, and this combined with the wind
in worse, in at least not that great conditions as yesterday.
But
although right now we have a bit of a headwind picking up, so that's a bit of a tragedy right now.
Very unpredictable, really very unstable wind conditions, and it's true. Teams are really pushing. They want to improve their scores. Most of these top teams already got some really very good scores yesterday, and it's all about improving. In order to improve, you have to risk. We've seen all teams, or practically all teams, trying to push it to the limit and risk more and more. We've seen Munich with the 40-meter takeoff. It's worked for them. We've seen this Portuguese team loading the most cans we've seen, and it's unfortunately not worked for them.
Yeah. Also, always a difficult job for the pilot. Of course, he will try to lift the airplane up before the 40-meter mark, but it also means pulling a high angle of attack, and especially when leaving the ground effect or when directly stalling, that can result in damage to the aircraft. So that's definitely critical decisions by the pilots. So far, we've seen really good airmanship here. So yeah, we see the next team getting ready with again twin engine design.
And this is Icarus Polito from the Politecnico di Torino in Italy, team number 6, with a current payload of 7 cans for this third flight round. and it seems like they're aiming for 60-meter takeoff. Oh, okay. There seems to be some confusion with the takeoff distance. We are now seeing the flag move towards the 40-meter line, so they will be risking it to the 40 meters.
Yes, it's a bit of a lighter load, so hopefully they're able to lift off before that.
It's gonna
Propellers,
be tight.
propellers are turning.
It
And we
was
have
tight, but they
liftoff
made
and
it.
positive climb rate. Great job. Landing gear fully retracted.
That was a very good takeoff with a little bit of jump.
We can see the aircraft is struggling to climb. It's currently pulling a high angle of attack. Slowly screwing itself into the sky. We're now in the speed phase. The plane was not able to gain that much altitude, which could be traded off in speed.
A very nice and stable flight from Icarus Polito. And it's a relatively uneventful flight for what have we've seen.
Of course, it's great for the teams and
Yeah,
good for the competition in itself. However, sometimes I wonder if a bit of a looping or a roll could make up a bit of a more interesting flight picture for the visitors and all participants. Might be a thing to add for the next rulebook, um, depending if the next winning team is willing to risk that. So we're now getting closer to the next landing attempt. The gear is not collapsed yet and not fallen down yet. There we have a fully extended landing gear. That looks great. There we have a really smooth landing
yeah,
on the
fantastic
grass.
landing.
Great job.
congratulations to Polito for this flight with a 40-meter takeoff, where the other teams are really struggling. You guys managed very well.
Yeah. Also, having an uneventful landing like that is definitely a lot of pilot skill.
A boring landing is a very good landing.
Yeah. Although the pilot will not air. Hopefully, other options are there as well. As the plane is being carried off the runway, we now have the next team ready. This time a tricycle landing gear. They're aiming for 60 meters of takeoff distance.
So a bit on the conservative side, and seeing the circumstances, this would be maybe a good option for them.
They've loaded it with 8 cans, so not that few. Might also explain why they're aiming for the 60 meters.
They're carrying 10 cans this time.
Yeah. Just got the update.
We saw them fly with, I believe it was 8 cans yesterday. And 10, I believe, is the maximum payload capacity of the airframe. So we'll see if they can get a good takeoff in 60 meters with this full payload.
Basically no wind right now. And we have the starting attempt here. Looks nice and controlled and lift off well before 60 meters. Great job. Struggling there a bit with climb and some local winds. But generally, really docile aircraft, well controllable, good pilot. That's really nice to see. Now with the plane pointing up against the sky, we can also see that it has balsa wood and foil wings. So more of the traditional side of the hobby, but always great to see, and also not definitely not a bad building technique. Can lead to some quite good results, as you can see from this team here.
I think anyone you ask will say they love this hybrid structure that the Czech team has implemented very beautifully on their airplane.
Yeah, and with that, we're now in a speed phase, as we can see. Definitely fast pass by here. They are below the 30 amp margin. That's really good. Definitely one of the more docile aircrafts in this competition. Looks really fun to fly. At least I hope the pilot has some minds for that, even though he's probably stressed right now really much, but he's doing a great job. We are nearing towards the end of the speed flight period. We see here the plane gaining altitude again. And there was a large drop in altitude. Fortunately, there was enough safety margin for that to happen. And again, some wings heavily rocking.
Yeah, very unstable all of a sudden.
Yeah,
The plane from the Czech team. Let's see if they can
let's
bring it home.
let's hope we don't have any loose cans or something inside.
I don't think they have anywhere to go. Right, it's a fully packed airplane at the moment. 10 cans maximum payload capacity, so it should be very tight in there.
We see there again the plane leaning over to one side of the wing. Maybe also some stalls happening there. Coming in really fast. That's probably going to be a go around. Yes, it is.
Yeah, there will be a second attempt. We see this is a very unstable aircraft with a tailwind. It's really not easy for the pilot here to get a nice approach.
Unfortunately, I think we have now passed the visitors line in the flight zone. Wings are rocking again heavily. So let's now hope that the pilot is able to bring the aircraft home in one piece.
It does seem he has it under control now. Okay.
And we have a landing.
Very good.
Great job. Really great job by the pilot. No parts coming loose, so that's a valid flight from that perspective.
Congratulations, CTU Aerolab. You guys did great. That was one of the most entertaining flights of the morning so
Yeah,
far.
definitely. We have to check the flight logs, of course, for the flight zone and so on. Let's just hope that everything was still within the borders. But that will be checked as for all the other flights after the data box has been brought back to the organizers.
And now preparing for takeoff is team number 3, Rhino Jet team from France, with students from two uh, universities in Lyon, École Centrale and INSA, which was a bit of a surprise yesterday because it's the first participation of this team, and it's also the first participation of a French team in ACC history, and they delivered a very good two, actually two performances that were very good.
Yeah.
Let's see if they can repeat it today.
Yeah, they have 7 cans on board. And they're aiming for 40 meters.
And I'm being told this is a very heavy aircraft at the moment.
Yeah,
What
they missed the 40-meter mark and have now the 3-minute time slot to grab the aircraft, run
yeah.
back to the starting point, position it again correctly, and then do the next attempt.
Now the label on our screen has been updated, and we can see the real payload that this team is trying to fly. It's 9 cans. It's a very high payload, just shy of the maximum we've seen taking off successfully this round.
We have basically no wind, so that's going to be again one of the more interesting starting
It's very
attempts. Let's hope
tough.
that they'll do it now in 40 meters. Propellers are turning, the aircraft is rolling down the runway, again steering off to the left, again a missed attempt. Now we're closing in on the time limit.
It just doesn't seem to have enough lift.
At least not with that load and without any headwind. But let's still hope for them that they're able to get a valid flight out of this attempt. As I said again, positioning is really important. That must be exactly on the line. That's what now being rechecked. Third attempt on starting, again steering off to the left. Unfortunately, that was also a missed attempt, and I think with that, the time budget should be over for this team.
Well, the pilot helper from the French team is running as fast as he can, carrying the aircraft, trying to get a last attempt, trying to make the most out of those 3 minutes they have to get a successful takeoff. This will probably be the last takeoff raw that we can get. Hopefully, a successful one for the French team.
Again, quickly off to the left.
Yeah, and
That might be an issue with the landing gear.
seems to veer off the left every single time, and
And
there's
with
no wind, so that must be some other issue with
yeah,
the landing gear probably.
yeah. Unfortunately, with that, the time slot is over, and they have to bring the aircraft back and hopefully finding the source for that behavior on the ground while rolling.
We are seeing so many more missed attempts than yesterday. It's a bit sad. It's unfortunate for the teams, but it's also very. The results from this round will be a lot more unpredictable, and there will be a lot more changes in the leaderboard. And next up is team number 14, Team Nova from Technical University of Bucharest in Romania. A team that gave us a pleasant surprise yesterday with two successful flights and with a very high quality, very good, very well built airplane. Um, and actually, a bit of a special thing today. We have here with us commenting their flight one of the team members. Hello.
So, hello guys. My name is Dan, and I'll be commenting our flight today.
So Dan, what's your role within the team?
So, for these years, I was the structural lead design department, and Yeah, that's about it.
Is this your first time at ACC?
No, we actually participate. I was actually the team leader back in Aachen in
Okay.
2023, I guess, 2024.
Okay, so experienced team. And what's your impression so far of your team's performance in this edition?
Well, I think it's safe to say that our performance grew exponentially over the years. Uh, we all remarked the great improvement of our building quality,
Mm-hmm.
which, if I might say, is uh, is a result of both our long, tirelessly worked in the
Mm.
nights workshops and with the help of our great advisors from the autonomous flight technologies, which includes but not limited to Victorash, Chip, Alin, Marius, Steffi, Julian, Neamarian, Cristi, George, Walter,
So
Neaniku,
a lot of help.
Nanihayu, and the greater helper of all, Patraula the dog.
I'm sure they're very happy to hear you here at the streaming. Very happy to see you through our live stream, and you actually have a very g- big fan base. I've always been seeing these Romanian flags in the chat of the live stream.
Yeah,
Do you have a lot of people watching from home?
yeah, the Romanian gallery is amazing, and I want to tell them that I see them all, and I want to thank them for their support. It means a lot for us.
So let's see how this flight goes for you. The last two flights were very impressive.
Yes, and today we are also going for a 6 scans, 40-meter
Mhm.
takeoff.
Now,
Should be,
yeah, you now have some wind, so it might play well for you.
yeah, let's hope so.
So there was a lot of preparation work from the whole team. If there's something that the team needs to succeed, is this experience. You say you have advisors, and but also all the time and effort, dedication from the team. Have you slept well this last few weeks?
No, but I think that's applicable for all Air Cargo Challenge participants. But yeah, the last weeks especially was filled with long nights in the workshops and short sleeps.
I think that's a common experience for a lot of the people here.
Yeah, that's what it makes it great, man. There's a lot of effort you have to do, and I think it's a valid takeoff for our team.
Yeah, it looks like a valid takeoff. Not an easy one again,
Yeah.
but a valid one.
Now our pilot will begin climbing to its comfortable altitude.
So you guys were one of the teams who really tried to gain a lot of altitude. We've seen some other competitors staying lower. Well, is there any particular reason why you decided to opt for this strategy?
Yeah, well, we also are trying to get more speed from this altitude because the payload is not our greatest asset. There are teams with a lot more chance, but we are trying to rely on the distance. But also, our pilot is really comfortable flying at this altitude. He's an experimented F3K glider. So yeah, if there is a thermal on the runway, he'll find it.
That is a very good advantage in the F3K. It's a model flying category. If your pilot's experienced with that and they can find thermals, he can absolutely use them to your advantage. So I believe we're already seeing the speed leg of the mission. Do you have an estimate for the speed of your aircraft?
Yeah, so on our designs and flight tests, we see a top speed at around 35 meter per second and an average of about 25 meters per second
It's not bad.
with an estimated distance of 3 kilometers. But maybe today we are trying to fly a bit more aggressively to trade off the huge altitude we have. Let's see what our pilot.
What do you think are your options for the final scoring? Where would you like to be in the leaderboard?
So top 10 is already a great performance, but I think we can aim higher, maybe a top 5. Uh, we are pretty comfortable with taking off in 40 meters. If uh, whether the wind is or not in our favor,
Mm-hmm.
so that should be an advantage this day.
So top five. That means you'd be fighting against Rhino Jet, Icarus Polito, CTU. Those are your main competitors, right?
Yeah, right.
Have you been talking to them, checking their planes?
Of course, we are. That's another great thing of Air Cargo Challenge. Particularly, the competition is so friendly. Like everyone, it's very happy to share their ideas, to share their experience, and we really love this about that.
Absolutely. ACC is always all about learning and helping each other learn in this fascinating world of aviation and aeronautics. Let's see. Let's see if your pilot can nail this landing. What's your pilot's name?
Our pilot name is Lucian, Luci for short. So,
Do you know how long he's been flying for?
oh, he's been flying for so long. I know him. Yeah,
He was probably born with a remote on
yeah,
his.
I
Yeah,
think
okay.
so. I think so. It runs in the family. So this landing should be an easy task for him.
Nominal landing.
Uh,
Well,
A
go
go around
around.
doesn't hurt.
Is there anything you'd like to tell our viewers?
Well, I don't know. I really want to acknowledge the Romanian chat in the team. Yeah, it's pretty amazing actually. I never seen so many Romanian flags.
I don't think I did either. Yeah, but it's not just the Romanians sending the Romanian flag. Huh? So you have more supporters from other places.
Yeah, yeah, I think it's great. Everyone loves to see the underdogs, right?
You think he's trying to land from the opposite direction?
Yeah, yeah, that's exactly what he's
That's very
trying.
bold.
I think he's a bit confident, but
Yeah, okay.
looks like a
So it was a bit abrupt. We don't have a very good view from here. We'll have to see if the propeller is fine and everything.
yeah. I think it's a valid
I mean,
landing.
it was very very tricky. Having to change the runway, is not an easy thing to do.
Yeah, but it's a task for what our pilot is training
Let's
for. Yeah.
let's see if they can give us a thumbs up or a thumbs down. Such a tense moment. Okay, we don't know for sure. You'll have to go and ask your colleagues,
Yeah.
even if there was some damage, even if this flight didn't count. I think you guys are still in a very good position. And yeah, it was very nice to have you here, Dan. Thank you so much for joining.
Yeah. Thank you so much for having me, and good luck to everyone.
Yeah,
Nice
good luck to
competition.
you. Now we have the updated leaderboard on the live stream. Keep in mind, this is the scoring up till the end of the second round that took place yesterday. So we won't have scores for today until later on. This is the current standings with Aero Ude from Udine in Italy leading the competition. We remember they had a zero score for 0 points for today's flight, so their 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 points will remain as they are. Second, the German team from Munich.
And we have the Azad Aero team starting the attempt with 60 meters of distance. And we have a impact in the field, unfortunately. We've seen from this aircraft yesterday that it was able to fly really great.
Yes,
This time it seems maybe a bit too much overload. We have the runner of the team going forward, checking if the aircraft might be possible to retrieve. We hope that they haven't lost any parts.
I mean we've seen a lot of occasions where the team is able to.
Gear is still coming down perfectly, so that's nice to see. It looks like the plane is in one piece. The propeller also seems fine.
Yeah, we've seen teams being able to try again after what seemed like a rough accident, right, and succeeding in it. So this might be yet another example.
Yeah. Here again, great effort by the team to retrieve it on time. And there we have the second attempt. Let's press our thumbs for the team that they will get a lift off this time. That looks great. Great job.
Just like we sort of predicted, first try, first fail does not mean there's no chance to succeed at the end.
So the plane is climbing. We've seen some really high speeds from this aircraft yesterday. So let's hope for that to happen again. The pilot is getting a lot of altitude out of this aircraft right now. So let's hope they can exchange it for speed. There we have the first dive. Really interesting feature of this aircraft is the really slim tailplane. Of course, there's the formula with a long leverage arm. The tail surfaces can be smaller, but none of the other aircraft took it that much to the test as this one. Still flies beautifully, so the formula holds up correctly. We see on this aircraft again that the right landing gear isn't fully inside the wing. So that might be something for the team to check again after this flight and before the next one to get the maximum aerodynamic performance out of the airframe. We've also seen now a turn which was relatively tight to the spectator area. That again, as all other flights, will be checked in the flight logs.
Hey, said Aeronautics from Greece doing its third flight of this edition of the Air Cargo Challenge with the payload of 7 cans. just recover the telemetry. We see the aircraft at about 30 meters preparing for a final approach and a safe landing.
Again, aiming for the field now more towards the grass. Nice landing. Good job by the pilot.
Yeah,
Also in one piece.
congratulations.
Nice flight.
It's a very scary first attempt, and in the end, a good amount of points for the Greek team.
It really pays out to have a fast runner in this competition right now.
It does. So it's an air sports competition, but it's also a sports competition in the classical meaning.
Yeah, I mean, we have the teams preparing for the loading and deloading like Formula One teams. Maybe in the future we also see people training by running up and down the airfield. We have some winds coming through right now. Really strong crosswinds. Some of the tents and sun protecting screens are fighting against that. Fortunately, currently there's no plane in the air, so let's hope that the winds are calming down in a bit. So we're now waiting for the winds to calm down. Currently it's in perfect 90-degree crosswind on our runway. So we have now the Chinese team from Tsingtao carrying their aircraft to the line. The winds are now calm again. Let's just hope that it stays throughout the duration of this next flights.
And about to take off is the Chinese team THU Air with one of the faster aircraft on the grid and surprising, I would say, payload of 8 cans. This is an aircraft that's obviously optimized for high speed, very short wingspan, very polished aerodynamic design.
Yeah. They are aiming for 60 meters of takeoff distance, so they have a bit of space to take off.
Let's see if we can have a takeoff from them. And there's movement on the runway.
We had a small prop strike, but the plane is perfectly able to take off.
We were able
even
to
though
hear some scratching of the propeller on the runway, but I've seen that propeller from up close. It's a carbon fiber propeller and should be able to withstand this kind of loads.
So the gear has retracted, and we're now in a climbing phase. We have again tiny bits of crosswind. And the plane is already going quite fast. The official speed segment should start any moment.
One of the highest payloads of the day. 8 cans for the Chinese team now flying, finishing the speed segment in the third round.
Two air still going quite fast, quite high.
A very particular thing I really like about this design from the Chinese is how they integrated the tail wheel within the rudder. I thought it was a very clever, very creative design decision, and it looks quite cool.
Yeah. I mean, we see a lot of convergent designs as well, but those really neat solutions are what the ACC airplanes are really good at. We're nearing towards the first landing attempt of the Chinese team. Landing gear has come down fully. That's a go around. The aircraft was still really fast. And we have a landing in the field. And there, the right landing gear leg broke off. Unfortunately, that's an invalid flight for 2 air. Still a really good flight.
Yeah, the Chinese team deserves an applause for taking off with these 8 cans and for the very, very fast flight they've achieved. Let's hope they can repair it and be ready for the next flights today.
So now the team of Lift Up is making its aircraft ready on the flight line and on the runway. They're aiming for 60 meters of takeoff distance. And they should be loaded with 9 cans, so also quite a heavy weight. We've seen a lot of aircraft struggling with the conditions these days and with high payload, so let's hope that everything goes well for this flight and this beautiful aircraft. And we have takeoff.
It was a tricky takeoff roll, but successful and valid takeoff. See the aircraft struggling to climb and gain altitude very, very slowly. Now a little bit easier.
When I remember correctly, this aircraft had a retractable had a retractable landing gear,
Mm-hmm.
but something broke off at one attempt, and they had to fix that in place right now. That's why we can't see it closing in. That's going to cost them, of course, a bit of efficiency.
I think there's some modification of the landing gear. I've seen a straight bar between the two wheels, so hopefully that should make it a bit more reliable.
Beautiful aircraft in the sky with a nice paint job here. Really good to spot.
I'm really fond of the yellow tips.
Yeah, also the black and white stripes on the underside of the ring are really easy and great to spot. We are traversing into the speed flight section.
And again, a relatively uneventful flight for team number 10, lift up from Padova in Italy. Let's see if they can nail the landing as well and get some good points.
Yeah,
With
this turn was quite close over the spectator area. So again, one of the cases we have to check in the flight data after the flight. See the first landing attempt still quite fast, and we have a go around here. And with current crosswinds picking up, we see that the pilot has to work a bit harder to keep the plane level and steady. Again, quite strong crosswinds. Not a great situation for the pilot, especially for the landing.
a very complicated landing.
Yeah. We have a next go around. With 9 cans and a limited drivetrain, that's a really hard task for the pilot. He's really working well on that.
Let's see if third time's the charm for lift up Padova.
And we have a
It
nice
looks like it
landing.
is, yeah.
Good job from the pilot. Great job from the team.
Yeah, very good, very impressive performance, and in general, very impressive performances we have been seeing this morning with these tricky conditions, with these teams really risking and trying to bet high and to improve their placement. And next up should be the team from Sydney, Suave, the Australian team, and I have with me uh, a team member from Suave. Good morning.
Morning, how are you?
I'm good. What's the name?
I'm Josh. I'm the team lead for Suave.
Also, the team lead is here with us at live stream. Excited about this flight?
Very. The wind conditions have been pretty bad from what I've seen. Um, Lots of crosswind or just switching directions. So hopefully we take off pretty well.
But are you confident on your aircraft and your team?
Pretty confident. Our pilot he's doing a great job, and the aircraft is also performing pretty great. We've just switched around our current limiting procedure, so it should perform a lot better.
Good. Let's hope it does. It does. So you already had some successful flights yesterday. What were your first impressions?
Of those flights? Yep. So the first flight we did, we just played it pretty safe. Wanted to get score on the board in case anything bad happened. So four cans, 40-meter takeoff. Ooh, nice. Got the green flag. But yeah, I think we did pretty well. Like there were good flights. The pilot was getting used to it.
Mm-hmm.
So now we want to get some better ones up on the board. Really push the performance of our aircraft.
So that's what when the game really starts for you. Now you're familiar with the plane. You're familiar with the place, and you said you have tweaked this current limiting. You should be able to earn a lot more points, right?
Yeah. So we got, I think, 8% and then a 6% current penalty on the first two flights. Now, hopefully, we shouldn't get any at all. We had an issue when we were switching flight modes on takeoff, where it would ramp up for a second and give us a penalty.
So you have a really cool plane with this double tail boom. What was the design philosophy when you started designing the plane? What was your aim?
Yeah, so kind of from the start, we knew we were going to do twin tractor configuration, just from looking at the propeller data and using our own modeling software to analyze performance. And then the twin boom was mainly for transportability. We got a long way to travel, and because our aircraft is a timber construction, it's a bit harder to do the split interface for the fuselage.
That's true. So you're absolutely right. You travel a very long distance, and you do it for the second time. Were you in Aachen in 2024?
I heard. I think it was mentioned before that there was two of us with a very small plane.
Yeah, the very small plane. So that was the intention was to fit it in the luggage, probably.
Yeah.
Okay.
I had my suitcase. Half of it was clothes, and then half was the plane and all the tools.
But it's still a very cool plane, I have to say.
Thank you.
Very clever design with this 3D printed.
Yeah, it was a lot of
quite unique
for us, and I think the biggest challenge for that was it was just the two of us, and we were also on opposite sides of Australia for the whole project.
So a real challenge in terms of logistics and.
Yep.
Right.
Yeah, we had one test flight where the pilot flew in for the weekend. We built the plane and flew it, and then he went back home.
And there's a big evolution, I would say, between your last prototype and in this one. Are you happy with how the team has learned from their experience and applied it to the new design?
Yeah, I'm absolutely blown away by our team. They've been so amazing. So me and the pilot, we have competed in a few comps before, so we've got experience. But all of these guys on our team are brand new, and they've really stepped up. They've learnt so much, and they've done so well. And they're going to take over the team for the next comps we do, DBF. So I'm really impressed.
Right. So I have one question. What made you decide to come to this competition? You come from so far away. Did you have no other options but to come to Germany?
Well, our team normally competes in design, build, fly in the US. So we do that every year. And then me and the pilot, we finished our positions in that team. We had a good comp. The team pilot, he's graduated. I was about to graduate. Well, at the end of, I just graduated now. Um, and we looked at the rules and we're looking at it and we're like, we shouldn't do this. It's going to be so much work, but we could, and it could be fun. And then, a couple of days later, we started putting out recruitment and getting a team. And then, yeah, we're here.
You're here, you're in the air, and you have big expectations. Um, what was the name of your plane again?
It's the platypus.
The platypus. Can you
Yeah.
tell us a bit more about the history of the name?
So if you've ever seen a platypus, you know that they're kind of long and they have the funny beak and
Yeah.
like the bill and the tail. So with the nose and tail cone, especially in the first CAD render, it looked a lot like a platypus. And then one of our members painted it in a blue and orange, like Perry the platypus. So we thought it'd be funny, just platypus, Perry the platypus.
So it's got inspiration from Perry the platypus. Right? Interesting.
Yeah, so it looks like it's traveling along well. And it seems very still at the moment.
Mm.
And it's a bit hotter today as well. We went for a 60-meter takeoff because we weren't confident with the wind and the heat that we would be able to get off in the 40. I don't know if you would have seen the round 2, but we only just made off in 40. So we wanted to play it safe and get the points up with the new current limiting.
What I did see was your first flight, your first landing, a relatively rough landing, but your landing gear is very well built apparently.
Yep.
And there's a lot of retractable designs. So what do you think about the trade-off? What made you go for the regular fixed? Did you consider a retractable option?
Not seriously. For our design with the high wing, it wouldn't work too well, and with the timber manufacturing, it'd be quite difficult to fit in the wing. Historically, at like ACC and at DBF, retractables are always unreliable. A lot of teams, especially even like top performing teams, have issues with them. And we do try and have a very reliable and robust plane. As you can see, it looks unscathed from that landing. So yeah, we went with the fixed undercarriage because of that.
Good proof of that now in the live stream. Very nice landing. Congratulations to you. Congratulations to the team.
Thank you very much.
So, what would be your ideal spot on the leaderboard at the end of the competition? What are you aiming for?
I mean, definitely top 10. I think we can push it a couple spots higher. We don't have as high of a payload capacity as a lot of the other teams, mainly because of our timber construction, but I think at least top 10.
Okay, and lastly, is there anything you'd like to say to your colleagues back in Australia?
Yep.
Are they watching?
Yeah, my mum's watching, so hi mum, hi dad. Also like to say thanks to Jag and Steve, our test pilots, who have done so much for our team and helped us out so much. And thanks for everyone watching at home.
Yeah, thanks so much. And good luck for the rest of the competition. Thanks so much for joining. Yeah, enjoy and hopefully you'll get that tempo, top 10.
Yeah, thanks for the interview.
We have a change in the runway orientation due to the shifting wind conditions. We will now take off from northwest direction.
So that also means that the plane is going to start a bit up the hill. So of course wind is one thing, but it's also going to be impacting the takeoff performance.
And this will also be the first team so far to take off from this runway orientation. So let's see how it plays for them.
Being the first one, of course, also a bit tricky. If something goes wrong, all the other teams can learn from that. We have a missed attempt. They're trying to reposition the aircraft. Next attempt. Looks definitely better. The plane is off the ground, but struggling. The pilot is fighting to keep it in the air. And we have the landing attempt. Well done, good job keeping it safe.
Yeah, very nice save. Big round of applause for them, for him, his team, the Greek team. Very tricky conditions. They managed to save the airplane, or most of it.
Yeah, looks generally still really good. They still seem to have time for one more start. The flight manager is keeping a look on the watch. Let's hope that this attempt will result in a good, stable flight. We see the same struggle as before. Unfortunately, that was a bit of a hard nose impact. That's it for this round for the team. They're still running. I think it's not possible to use the 3 minutes anymore. But good luck for the next round. Hopefully everything is easily fixable.
Let's see if we can get the replay from the previous very good, very good save by the Greek pilot. Here.
Also, quick information for everybody on the field. The food truck is opened, so you can grab yourself something to eat. We have again a bit of a headwind, but in the original direction. So we're now going back to the classic starting direction, down towards the West.
I think the Greek team Hermes has been very unlucky at this very specific moment in time where the wind has shifted and then has gone back again to the original direction. It's just very unpredictable, very unfair, but nothing one can do about the weather, right?
Yeah. We now see the team from Lambach Aircraft from Delft with their quite interesting design and a really flat fuselage. They have a tricycle landing gear with the front wheel being offset from the middle axis of the plane, a bit like a A-10 Warthog. Let's see how this aircraft behaves in that flight. They're aiming for 60 meters of takeoff distance and apparently are loaded with 9 cans.
I think it's one of my favorite designs in the grid. A very particular aircraft architecture with such a wide fuselage. Reminds me a little bit of the Catalan team, Trencalos, also with a triple row configuration, but also a retractable landing gear in this case, which is not easy to fit in this plane. We've seen a lot of classic landing gear configurations with their retractable wheels inside the wing. In this case, it's a tricycle and retractable both at the same time. There's some issues to keep the aircraft on the runway, and there will be a second attempt.
The bulky fuselage makes it a bit difficult for the helper to carry it around.
So again, more sports.
Yeah, welcome to the next round of ACC Sports.
It's running, then dead weight lifting.
And we have the next attempt. Looks definitely better than the first. The tail, the front wheel is off the ground as well as the aircraft.
Green flag.
And we're in the field, unfortunately.
It's just not managed to get the altitude. It's struggled to climb in this wind,
In
and it's ended up in the
the 3
crops.
minutes are still running, as I know our flight
Oh, this
manager
could be
and their team
interesting.
member.
This could be a big moment for the Dutch team. If the aircraft's intact, they might be able to try again. Is it in good shape?
We have first look on the stream. They are inspecting it. The propellers look fine. Nothing on the first glance. Oh no, the front landing gear is collapsed. So we have no further attempt for takeoff. Still a round of applause for Lambach Aircraft.
Well done, Lambach. Very good effort in these tricky conditions.
This is Atlas.
Can I sit down over there? I can see it better.
If you want to, yes. So now we are seeing Team Albatross from the from Finland. Yes. We see them yesterday already. They did a quite nice flight, and yeah, they've got a dual boom airplane with an A-tail and let's see if they can continue with their successful flight spree.
And this is one of the most unique aircraft on the grid, and that's the reason why we invited one of its team members to come and join us for this flight in the third round. How is the team feeling about this third round?
Team is really confident. Yesterday we had two successful flights with 4 cans, and this one is gonna be another 4 can flight. But the pilot feels really confident. The aircraft is quite stable, and we feel really positive.
As the aircraft takes off, it does indeed seem like it could be a good opportunity to get more points for the Finnish team. So you are the only aircraft on the grid with a twin fuselage configuration. I have to ask you, why did you do it?
Last autumn we went through different options and decided to go with twin fuselage design. Because of the stability, and we are able to put the cans to both of the fuselages, divide them, and of course use the both of the engines.
So so your plane should be much more stable than the competent.
Excuse me?
So you have a twin fuselage, you have a huge wingspan, and that's probably making your plane more stable than the competence.
Yes.
Okay, and so is your pilot very used to flying it? Is he confident with the controls? Have you
Yes.
had time to do a lot of flight
Mm.
testing?
Yeah. So last autumn we built the prototype, and during December we tested the prototype. Our pilot is Juho, and he's really experienced. 15 years ago, approximately, he started flying RC aircrafts. So he's the most talented of us.
And I have to say that the Team Albatros is um, a a team with a long history in Air Cargo Challenge, and it's also a team that usually delivers very interesting designs, very creative approaches to the design. We've seen massive planes. We've seen very interesting design decisions. Do you agree? Do you like to be this um, team that sticks out of the usual?
Yeah, even 2024, we had have the longest wingspan, and but this time we decide to stick to this design.
Another question. You just said you built the prototype in autumn and did your first test flight of that during December. December in Finland. Did it got skis underneath instead of gears, or how can I imagine that?
Yeah, during December there were little snow, but we were able to do a couple test flights with the prototype, and but you can check out the Euroavia Instagram and footage there. There's some photos of snow.
So it's an all-terrain aircraft. It should not be an issue for wobbling in that we've seen.
Oh, it looks like
An unlucky final turn.
yes, it sticks out of the wheat field just a few meters short of the landing area. Uh, yeah, they're just gonna go to it to recover it, see if anything is broken. Probably not.
Do you have a spare plane to fly again?
No, we don't have a spare plane, but obviously we will make everything we can to proceed to the next try.
Yeah, of course. I'm sure there's gonna be plenty of options for you to work on the plane to get it ready for our next flight and to get some more points. You got two scored rounds yesterday, didn't you?
Yes, we did. So we did two successful flights, and let's see what is the outcome now. It looks quite bad, but let's stay positive. It has been really nice experience so far. We have met so many different countries and teams.
Yeah, we have to stay positive. We don't know what's gonna happen until the very, very end. So, is there anything you'd like to say to your people watching from Finland?
Joo, kiitos kaikille yhteistyökumppaneille. On ollut pitkä matka ja ACC 28 on myös sitten 2 vuoden päästä ja sinne kyllä varmasti osallistutaan. Ja kiitos kaikille yhteistyökumppaneille.
And something for the rest of the world?
Come to Finland. Visit Finland, especially Tampere. It's really nice city. People is really kind. Weather is comfortable, and there's a lot of attractions and things to do. You are welcome to Finland and Tampere.
And there's also a lot of very cool planes to watch and really nice people from the Albatros team. Thank you so much for joining us today. Good luck with the rest of the competition.
Yeah, good luck. Let's see what happens. Yeah. It looks quite good, yeah. Yeah, windows as well. You wanna sit there or here?
Big round of applause for Team Albatros from Finland.
So now we're seeing the next team getting ready from the right side of the airfield again. It's team 18, Atlas Mach from the University of Patras. And if I see the line judge correctly, they try to lift up in 40 meters. Some last check of the control surfaces. Looks like they're still waiting for something.
And this Greek team had some trouble yesterday to take off successfully. Let's see if today is better for them today. And they're carrying a payload of 4 cans. And they might be considering changing again. We're still waiting for the final checks.
Yes. Looks like they are waiting for the organizers for the telemetry. Yes. They've got everything, so let's see how they are doing on their attempt to start. And engines are on. And it's lift up for team 18. It's struggling to climb a bit, trying to gain some speed first before gaining altitude. But the retractable landing gear is in. And we see a nice first curve. And yeah, it flies nicely. So looks like a smooth ride for them till now. They've gained quite some altitude.
Yeah, this is a great improvement with regards to the performance we saw yesterday. This is probably a better representation of the actual capability of the team and their potential for this competition. And this craft is carrying at the moment 4 cans of payload, but we know from the report that their maximum takeoff mass is of over 7 kilos, which is relatively high on the high side of the payload spectrum. Maybe, hopefully, once they get more used to the plane and they get more confident with it, they can increase the payload and get a bunch of more points.
I'm just seeing here on the scoreboard that they've got no valid flight yesterday. So all they have to do now is bring it back home and land it safely. So they will make a huge jump in the leaderboard. Play it safe. Take no risks.
Yes, in the Air Cargo Challenge, a very good flight can mean all the difference. And this is what we love to see: teams climbing up the leaderboard, improving round after round, pushing the aircraft to its limit.
Maybe later. So, and it looks like the speed phase has ended. The pilot and his helper are going to the middle of the landing area to have a good view over everything. And now it's time to land it safely, to bring it home, to get a good score. Because with that flight, they will definitely get a good score. But they are still a little bit high. The landing gear is out now, so that's some drag, which further slows it down, and they can lose more altitude.
It's not easy to get rid of all that momentum the aircraft's carrying.
It's doing another round on the right side of the airfield, and probably wants to come in from the right side. Yeah, we've got crosswind or nearly no wind, so it doesn't really matter. There it comes. It's nicely low. And
Barely
let's see.
scratching the crops right there.
Yeah. But that's touchdown.
It looks good. It
And
looks
this
very good. And it's
that
coming to the
was a-
audience to say hi.
That looks like a really nice flight. So congratulations to the team, to the pilot. What a nice performance we saw there.
Yeah, very well done, and a huge improvement from yesterday. This is the first points that Atlas Mac from Greece is going to get this edition of the Air Cargo Challenge. Congrats. It's been a very emotional round with a lot of different outcomes, a lot of tense moments, a lot of happy endings and not so happy endings.
And if my list is correct, or if our list is correct, the next Atlas team is coming for the start. It's teammate Aerotech Atlas. They also didn't get any score yesterday. Probably lost some parts or crashed. Um, yeah, we will see how they are doing today. If they also can get a nice flight as the other team before them. And yeah, they're getting ready. They're starting on the left side and fly to the right side. There's not really a wind here, so it doesn't really matter. And we will see how they are doing today. So it looks like everything is ready and we've got engines on and we start rolling down the runway. They've got liftoff and are still quite low, but now they're gaining speed and altitude before they try their first corner.
You have to remember there are 6 cans inside the fuselage, so it's a loaded aircraft that's now trying to climb.
So it's gaining some altitude. But now looks like the speed phase. It's pretty low.
It's relatively low at around 12, 13 meters was the lowest point we saw there. So that pilot needs to try to keep the altitude.
So that marks their second round over the airfield in speed flight. And it's just cruising, doing its rounds and gaining points, gaining a score for.
Yeah, but not sure. The pilot might be adjusting the the current manually because we see spikes to the upper 30 amps, but we also see a lot of very low current readings in our telemetry, um, and very low passes sometimes. That pilot really needs to try to keep the minimum altitude.
Yeah, I mean, doing the throttle manually,
It's not easy.
It's definitely not easy. You can see it here.
There's a lot of variation.
And
And perhaps we should explain this is one of the main challenges this year at the air cargo because there is a current penalty for exceeding the 30 amps reading in our telemetry system. The aircraft is only allowed to use up to 30 amps of current to power its motors. Otherwise, there's a penalty that will be applied to the scoring. So teams really um, have to take that into account in their designs and in their electronic layout. So they preferably don't, preferably not exceed the 30 amps of current.
yes, and also you don't want to do less current than 30 because the more power you got, the more distance you can cover, which is the main goal here in those flights. But now they're coming down to land, and we will see. No, they're going around again.
Just a second try.
Yes, just playing it safe.
And if it's one of those occasions where you really have to be spot on. Just like you said, no more than 30, but also no less than 30, because that's performance that you're not making profit of. You're not getting all the advantage you could from the power. And staying on the 30 is really, really hard.
So they're coming in for their second approach, and let's hope they land safely. But that looks really smooth what we're seeing. Oh, a little bumpy in the end, but it came to a standstill.
A lot of
And
cheering from the crowd. That team is very happy.
no parts lost as far as I can see from here, from my position.
That was a very good first scored flight by the Portuguese team, by Aerotech Atlas. Congratulations, guys.
So next up in the order is team number 1, EuroAvia Zagreb, from the universities of Zagreb. Yeah, they also got an A-frame like the Finnish team earlier. And yeah, let's see how they will do it here. How, yeah. They already have one valid try or round from yesterday. So if they keep going here, they will get their second round and climbed in the leaderboard quite a bit, I would say.
And they are attempting to do so with a payload of 4 cans.
So it's engine start and they start, but it does look like they go for another try.
Yeah, just the first test to try the runway, see how the aircraft turns. And it's a very interesting push propeller configuration with a very rounded and very tubular fuselage.
Yes, definitely. Also, very interesting design, I would say. Not the conventional we've seen that many of here in this competition.
Yeah, not conventional at all.
So wind-wise, it looks like they got a little bit of wind from ahead. So nice conditions for lift up, and they try their second one of that. And they did it. They did 40 meters. They gain altitude now. The ampage is a little bit over 30, but their strategy is maybe to keep or to take that penalty and go for a safe flight, for a safe takeoff, especially if it's your second attempt to do so.
Yeah, it's not ideal to exceed the 30 amp current, reading, but it's even worse if your aircraft doesn't have the enough power to be able to climb safely and to operate safely. So if that's a penalty that they have to take, it's not even that high. It's completely worth it.
Yes, especially if you only have one valid flight until now. So rather have a nice score with a penalty, than have no second scored round. So yeah, probably they're doing it conservatively, and maybe if they will go for future flights without without overdoing the 30 M's, because now it seems like it's nicely in between 26 and 28 amps. So still a little bit of
Yeah, as we know, the way the electric motors that power these aircraft is interesting because the current consumption, of course, depends on the propeller and it depends on other factors. But the current is something that drops with the velocity of the aircraft and the um, inlet of the air in the propeller. So it's always less current when the aircraft is flying fast than when it's standing still or climbing at a low speed.
yes, it's dependent also on the propeller. If it's a propeller for relatively low speeds, if it's for a propeller for relatively high speeds. That's all the design choices the people here, the students, have to make, and yeah, and try to work around it, do some well calculated decisions, and see what's best for the scoring.
The Croatian team of Eurovia Zagreb, team number one, the first team to register for the Air Cargo Challenge. They were very eager to participate, and I'm sure they will be very happy to see the aircraft landing safely and giving them some good points on this second day of flying in this edition of the 2026 Air Cargo Challenge here in Stuttgart.
Yes, and I would say time-wise, they're trying their first attempt of landing safely. They're coming down nice and slowly, and also really early on the landing
But it's a
area.
good landing and it's a successful flight and some first points, very well deserved points for the Croatian team. Congratulations, Eurabia Zagreb. And it's worth remembering that Zagreb was the winning team in the 2015 edition of the Air Cargo Challenge and hosts of the 2017 Air Cargo Challenge. So a legacy team with a lot of history in this competition, a lot of experience, and a lot of future for what it seems.
So coming up now is Trenkalos team. Um, they also, like Zagreb, did one valid round yesterday, and let's see how they are doing. If they get a second score today as well, like so many other teams. It seems like many issues people or teams had on the first day are now resolved, and they can get their first points or first or second valid round now.
The Catalan team from Trencolos, from the Technical University of Catalonia, also a very experienced team in ACC, making its first appearance in 2007, and with was what was actually the best performance of a Spanish team ever in the competition, with a sixth place. until 2022 when Exodus from Valencia took the fourth place. So a team with a lot of potential, a team with a very curated design that's now rolling down the runway.
And it seems like it's in the grass on the beginning, so quickly reset it to the starting line. They still got more than enough time to set it up correctly and get their flight ready. They have loaded 7 cans and will go for their second attempt now.
This looks much better. It looks good, and it's a takeoff for Trencalos. Very high angle of attack. Pilots gotta be careful with that.
Yes, that was
Gotta
close
climb
to stall.
steadily and slowly, not to risk it too much.
Gain some speed before the first corner. Do it really slowly. Yes, not a high angle.
Getting out of the trouble and gaining up altitude as it crosses the 20-meter threshold. And Trencalos is currently flying with 7 cans. It's a massive aircraft with a really big payload capacity, but it's currently carrying the 7 cans to hopefully get some more points in a more reliable way.
And I think now the speed phase has started for team number 5. 1 minute into the flight, and they're just cruising here, doing their circles, and yeah, getting the best score possible. Now that it has some speed, it looks like it's really stable, flies nicely in the corners, and just cruising.
And the performance from the Catalan team is looking much better than yesterday. It is very likely, it would not surprise me that they are able to climb up in the leaderboard and get some good points out of this flight if they can nail the landing. Yeah, the maximum takeoff weight of almost 9 kilos. It's a serious amount of mass for an aircraft this size.
It definitely is, yes. But if you carry 7 cans, then you've got to have some weight to carry and support all that. And it seems like the speed flight segment is coming to an end, and the team is trying to lose altitude and lose speed to come in for landing. Not now, they're still probably flying another round because they're still at 20 meters. And
yeah, this beast needs to slow down a little bit before it can touch the runway again.
Definitely.
It's such a huge wing. It's more than 1 square meter of wing surface, one of the highest in the grid, if not the highest.
And now they're coming in, but it seems like they're still a little bit fast. We will see it. We've got touchdown, a little bit bounciness.
Yeah, that looks good. It's promising.
Yes,
let's see if we can
looks
stop
nicely.
That's gonna be no problem. It was very soft at the end. The team can be very happy. Everything looks good. Let's just wait for the last confirmation before we celebrate. But
Yeah, the wheat field in the end of the runway took the.
yeah, it's very soft.
Yes, it's really nicely to have that here, that you don't land in something like dirt or so, but that they come, even if they still have a little bit of speed.
I think it should be
Have a-
okay. Let's wait and see.
Yes, but from my position, I haven't seen anything coming loose. So let's check what the flight manager will say.
Propellers look good.
Yes, and it looks like thumbs up and valid round for team
Number 5,
number
Trencalos.
5, Trencalos.
Very well done. It's a valid flight. The team is happy. The pilot helper is nodding, and they can celebrate and finally relax. That was a very good flight from the Catalan team. Congratulations. Molbe.
So next team up, it's already starting. Is
very
team
fast takeoff.
Vantus. Yes, indeed.
Vantus, the team from Sevilla, yet another Spanish team.
They didn't score any points yesterday, so let's hope they can continue the good luck of the other teams, which also have no 2 valid rounds yesterday and can also bring it home, get their first valid flight.
To me, it's just inexplicable how this really nice plane that's just taken off so easily and it's behaving so well could have had this sort of issues we saw yesterday. It didn't make justice to the design and to the effort of the team. It's so great to see it now in the air.
Definitely, yes.
With a payload of 3 cans. It's now in the speed phase of what could be the first scored flight for the Sevillan team.
As you probably can see from the live stream or from here the airfield, it has a really high aspect ratio, 17. I think that's one of the highest we've got here.
I'm pretty sure it's the record for this edition.
Yes, but yeah, you can see that it flies nicely, really smoothly, quite fast, I would say.
I mean, aspect ratio is all about efficiency, right? The higher aspect ratio you got, the least induced drag your wing's gonna generate, and so your plane is gonna be more efficient. It's gonna get more speed. That's what you see on gliders with very long wings, very high wingspans, very thin.
They also have 2 motors on the wings, like you see it at many of the airplanes here. I don't know, I think it's pretty much 50-50 with 2 motors or 1 motor.
Yeah, that's what we were told at the presentations by some of the top teams. They made their studies and they didn't see that much of a difference in performance between both configurations. So they just, some went for the easy, more simple approach of just one motor. Some were bold enough to try the twin motor and take the weight penalty. I think both are working quite well overall.
Yes, definitely. I would fully agree with you there. It really nicely scratches on the border of 30 amps. So, yeah, really are at the limit of it and having it nicely tuned. And yeah, so there's not many penalty points to be expected from there. And now it only comes down to bring it home safely, get their round scored, and they will probably also jump up on the leaderboard.
I'm pretty sure of that. It's a speedy plane. It's a nice aircraft. And again, the flights from yesterday were just little stain on the trajectory of the Avantos, but nothing relevant towards the final result. And there's still plenty of opportunity to build onto this performance from today and
Yeah.
climb up the leaderboard.
Yeah, now also the pilot knows the airfield, has already gained some experience from yesterday. Maybe they probably talked to each other, did some, yeah, exchanged some tips.
Yeah, what it's clear to me is that whatever the issue was yesterday, it is no longer an issue, and the plane is now behaving very well, and it's landed just a very, very nice landing. It's a successful flight for Vantos. Congratulations to the team from Sevilla. Very well done.
So next up in line is team number 36, Jetstream from, what is it, Wrocław University.
Yeah, one of the two Polish teams that we have in the grid.
So they're just getting it ready. Looks like they're trying to achieve it in 40 meters. It's also has a pretty big wingspan as far as I can see from here, and it's go and lift off for the airplane. Flies nicely, gains some speed now.
Yeah, it's a green flag there. And 6 scans for the Polish team of Jetstream.
No, they did their first corner and coming back again. Gained quite a bit of altitude already at 40 meters. And yeah, go for the altitude now. They also didn't have any valid rounds yesterday. Let's hope that will change today and see how they will do. But if it continues like that, then they are on a pretty good path to get there. So they're now in their speed phase. And it looks pretty nicely. They're really fast, quite fast. They've got the 6 cans loaded. So that's also not, yeah, not only a few. And it would be nice to see them climbing up the leaderboard, getting their score, and bring that flight home. That's really fast. And it looks really nicely. Yeah, they will really gain some points here with that flight. They're trading their altitude for speed. And yeah, they look really nice. So it looks like they do a few last circles and will be coming in shortly for their landing. Huh. Or they don't. They're still quite high at over 100 meters now. But yeah, now the... Huh. So either my internal clock is completely wrong, or the plane just doesn't want to get down. But they're still pretty high up in the air at 140 meters now.
One 150 people watching us and supporting the previous team flying, Vantus from Spain. Thanks for joining. Thanks for supporting. Keep it up.
So now it looks like the pilot is trying to slow down. Nope. Okay, we've just seen a drop in the amperes here, but it's up to 29 now. Yeah, they don't want to come down. Maybe, I don't know. Oh, so now they're gliding, only pulling 2 amperes now.
That flight is feeling like an eternity.
Yes, it is indeed. I don't know if they don't have a timer there on the runway and just want to be better safe than sorry, or if the pilot wants to gain a little bit more experience with the aircraft before coming down to land and bring it home safely. So, but now it looks like they're just doing it. But yeah.
I mean, if I was the pilot and I was given a really nice plane to fly, I would not want to bring it down, but you gotta be careful with the battery remaining. You
Yes,
also
indeed.
don't want to run out of it.
So now it's gliding down. So it's trying its first landing attempt, as far as I can see. It comes down slowly. Let's see if it will. We've
Bit
got
fast, a
touchdown,
bit too fast.
but
Oh, yeah. Was a hard hit, and I think the wing might have detached from the fuselage.
that would
Pretty
be a shame.
unfortunate end to what was otherwise a fantastic flight from the Polish team.
Definitely, yes.
It's so sad to see the plane in pieces. Such a shame.
So they're picking it up from the field. Looks like the front wheel is detached.
Yeah, we see some serious damage in the Polish aircraft from Jetstream.
Yes, let's hope that they can fix it and be ready for the next round. So the next team is already on the airfield. They've set up their plane.
Yeah, this is yet another Spanish team that was not able to fly yesterday. The team Diana from the of Castilla-La Mancha. They had some issues with the ground control authority yesterday. Let's see if they were able to fix that and managed to take off today.
Let's not do it. Lasst es nicht machen, dass wir die nicht ablenken. So.
And the plane is still turning left without any pilot command. So there might still be some adjustment left to make to the landing gear or something we're not aware of.
Yeah, especially since the wind, as far as I can see it. I mean, there's not really much wind, as I can see it, but it's coming from the left. Maybe too much steering. We will see.
I don't know if they have a tail wheel that they can turn, but full throttle, and it's now looking very good. It's a successful takeoff for Diana, who fly for the first time here in Germany. The very stable climb, really nice, with a 2-can payload. Diana is flying for the first time in 2026 ACC in the third round.
So it looks like a really smooth flight now.
Yeah, this is completely different from what we saw yesterday from Diana, from the Spanish team. This is a great success so far for the team from Toledo.
Yes, it looks like they also try to get a scored round and don't look that much after the penalties from the current they're drawing and just get some scores. Yeah, because a score with penalties is, like I said earlier, better than no score at all.
And I think I might have to correct myself before, because I said that Vantus had the largest aspect ratio in the competition, but it seems like the team from Diana have decided to take away this record from them with the 17.2, so just 0.2 more of aspect ratio. It's a very large wing, very, very high aspect ratio, and it's the highest of the competition.
Let's wait until we see even higher, maybe a 17.3. But I would be really surprised to see that here. But we will see it. Yeah.
That plane looks like it flies very well now. After the first minutes, the the nerve of the pilot is maybe calm down a little bit, and he feels more confident.
Oh, but that were a little, quite a few G, I would say, in that
yeah,
maneuver. We see a little flexing in the wing.
I mean it's a long wing, so some flexion is expected and completely normal. As long as the structure is well designed, it should not be an issue. But I'm pretty sure the guys from Diana, they did the homework, and there won't be any structural problems.
Yes, you see they will slow down. They are getting lower altitude-wise. And I think they are one turn away from their landing attempt.
Let's see if they can nail this approach, bring the aircraft home, and get their first points.
Nope, that will
Second
be
attempt. That's fine. That's fair.
yeah, still a little bit too high and too much speed in the middle of the runway. So go around, try it again,
But no worries.
and bring it home safely.
No worries at all. That pilot can take his time as much as he needs.
Oh,
That was pretty hard. That was very short of the runway.
yes, that looks like it dove a little bit too much in the beginning of the runway and just
We
got
really hate to see that. Such a spectacular flight, such an amazing first successful takeoff, and all. It's ended in a very unfortunate way for the Spanish team.
but I think that as well is nothing which is unfixable for the second round of today. So, yeah, the fuselage is a little bit split, but a little bit of duct tape, a little bit of glue, and it might be ready for the next flight. We will see if we see them.
You're right, Lucas. But if I may, I think I would like to stay positive. I think this is a big achievement from the team. This is the first time they participate at the Air Cargo Challenge, and they've given us a fantastic, a fabulous flight. They have to be very, very satisfied with that, and I'm sure they will do great in the remaining flights and the remaining rounds. So I think they still deserve an applause. I think that pilot made it the best he could, and I think the team still has a lot of options, a lot of opportunities to fly again, to get some points. And they will get back stronger. And the next team is ready for the takeoff. Team number 4, ITU ATA team from Turkey. You can hear the applause for Diana still in the background.
So we got engines on of the Turkish team there. And let's see if they.
That was very close.
Yes, that was
very, very close. The closest we've seen yet. And it's a green flag nonetheless for the Turkish team. I think the person standing in the 60-meter line had a really hard time to actually tell if it was before or after the line that it took off. But it's a green flag. It's a valid takeoff. And it'll hopefully be good points for the Turkish team.
Yes, they're currently trying to gain some altitude, and doing their circling to gain altitude, to have it safe, and continue their flight. So it's at 60 meters now and doing its speed phase probably. It has 2 cans loaded. And
And for the people now joining the live stream, we are about to finish the third round of competition flights. First round of today. We still have a couple more planes almost ready for takeoff. Then we will do a little pause to prepare everything for the next round. And there will be plenty more action this afternoon here in Böblingen.
so they are still cruising smoothly at around 50 to 60 meters here, gaining some points towards their score. And let's hope for them as well to get down safely, to get a safe landing, don't lose any parts.
I think this looks very promising for the Turkish team. It would be their first scored round. And I see they have been able to somehow control the current, and they're staying mostly within the 30 amp. So, yeah, with 2 cans, I mean, it's a relatively low payload, but it's still the distance that counts most. And with a little bit of luck, they will be able to get a better position than the one they currently have. ITU ATA team from Turkey with a single motor configuration in the sky right now, finishing the third round and about to prepare for the approach. Will this be the first successful Turkish team? We're about to discover.
So they're still pretty far up in the air at around 30 meters. They probably will go for another go around. We will see. No, it looks like they land. Yes,
and that was a very good one.
Safe landing there. Congratulations to team number 4. That looked nicely.
Very well done by the Turkish team. ITU ATA first points. First points for the Turkish team this year's ACC. Very well done. Let's hope we can see more of that.
So the next airplane is getting ready. It's which one is it? Is it Churha?
Yeah, this is the Thai team.
Yes, team number 15. And okay, their first attempt on the start wasn't successful. No, I think it's the Scottish team, is it not? It's
Yes, you're right.
Yuga.
It might have been a mismatch with the list.
Um, let's see, their first attempt to take off wasn't successful. Let's see for their second one. And that looks much better. They have liftoff.
A lot of
Green flag for
applauses.
them. And their aircraft looks stable, glides really smoothly. It looks like they're manually controlling the throttle because just now I'm seeing 40 amps. Earlier it was, I think, more 15 or 16 amps, so not that consistent. But they probably also just get a score, just have a safe flight. And yeah, like many other teams we saw today, don't think they got a valid flight yesterday. And let's hope that changes today. So the team from Glasgow, it carries 2 cans, has a wing area of 0.46, so pretty much in between many teams. Wait, that seems like it crashed in the field. Yeah, they're running towards the fields. The aircraft is lost. Let's wait for the drone view to find it and see what damages it has. Still looking for it. The team is running and looking to recover it.
This is very nice that we can have this aerial view. It's very helpful to find
Oh,
the
I
crash
think you
scene.
spotted there.
Yeah, this is not too far away, and we have a visual of the aircraft.
Yes, it's in the field.
We also have a last reading of the telemetry box that got stuck in the value of 43 amps. That's very unfortunate.
It looks like the tail boom is a little bit damaged there, but that's probably not the only thing. That does not look good, but we will see if they recover it and yeah, how it is looking. So let's wait for the team to recover it. Luckily, it has landed inside some tractor tracks, so the team is able to get to it easily and doesn't have to fight through the wheat field. We will see how they will do and how they can recover it. If it's fixable, let's hope the best for Team Glasgow. And now ready for their flight is Team Chuhar. I think that's the Thai team we thought we had earlier. Yeah, let's see how they are doing, and let's hope the best for their takeoff. They also didn't get a valid round yesterday, so let's hope they can do it today and have a valid round, get their scores, and yeah. Do you guys got anything I can do above my knees that it will?
We got some targets, but it is not the best option.
Okay. Yeah, then not that important. So they're still waiting for the. Oh, yeah, no, it's fine. I've got one as well, but no. No worries. So they're still waiting until the field is cleared, and yeah, until they have recovered their airplane and picked up everything. Oh. Okay, thanks a lot. So just a small delay until the next team can take off and get their scored flight. So it looks like there's an attempt to start, and it looks nicely. It took off. The team from Thailand, Chuhar, team 15. Mm, yeah, looks quite fast, really stable, and trying to gain some altitude here. So they've loaded 7 cans, have a wing area of 0.41 square meters, and are doing nicely here. So yeah, there we got the live telemetry. We see it's 50 meters in the air, drawing some amperage here, 44, but really consistently. Maybe it is frozen. I'm not sure about that, but we will, yeah. All the data will be logged onto an SD card in the box. So what counts for the scores will be that data and not the live telemetry here. That can have errors or stuff like that. So don't count too much on it. But we as the organizers will have correct data to get the scores and have everything. So it still is cruising smoothly. Everything seems to be in control and in order. So nothing that interesting here. A nice flight. Let's hope they can finish it nicely and come down safely for their attempt. They also didn't get any scores yesterday. Okay, that was a little bit of a interesting maneuver, but it looks fine now. Doing some curves to probably slow down a bit. Looks like they want to come down for landing. Still a little bit high, but looks like they're trying it. We will see. We've got touchdown, a little bit of bouncing, but that landing went really smoothly. Nicely done by Team 15 Chuhar. That should be their first points here in the rounds, and congratulations to them. University of Belgrade, and they're already at the starting line already in exchange with the flight manager here on the field. And let's see how they are doing. Beoavia also didn't get any scored flights yesterday, but we will see if they achieve that today. Let's hope the best. And yeah. So, in case you're wondering, the live telemetry will be resetted after the flight. So then we will have our live currents again. No need to worry. Like I already said, all the data will be logged on locally. And but we have now a first attempt at getting the takeoff. It gets carried back to the airfield or to the starting line, and they are going for a second attempt now. And let's see if that will be successful. Oh, that looks like they have to go for another try. It landed on the nose, looked a bit unstable on the ground, but they got a few minutes, so nothing's lost, nothing seems to be broken. And yeah. Let's have a look as they are putting it back on the starting line. Oh, they're picking it up. Seems to be like something has gone wrong there. I don't know if they lost some parts there at the beginning or if the time was up. I don't think the time was up actually, so unlucky for them. But we will still get another round here and they will probably get a score here. So the next team is getting ready. It looks like, oh, I can't tell you currently. It is. Okay. Yeah. My video here is stuck. Reload the page. Okay. So the team did their first attempt there, but they're replacing it. And yeah, it is Team R1 22. They're trying their second time now again in the field next to it, but 3 times the charm. They still got time, so no need to worry too much. So third attempt had started, but they run off into the grass again. Let's see if they can fix their issues they have currently. And within the time they have for their launch, for their takeoff. Yeah, probably. So, looks like they got their takeoff now. A little bit to the side, but everything in order, I hope. And yeah, we still got issues with the telemetry, so don't wonder there. Don't be surprised. Uh, it circles smoothly. It's doing nicely, holding up in the air. It's looking really nicely. Smooth flight. So as you can see, it's a really smooth flight. They're doing their rounds around the airfield, gaining speed, gaining a score, doing really well here. Oh, it looks like I was wrong earlier. We now see UVigo air attack and not Air1. They've loaded 4 cans, used 2 motors, and cruising, gaining points. Just nice to see. So it looks like their speed flight is coming to an end. They're losing altitude, coming in for a landing attempt. Are still quite fast, but the landing field is long. But that really looks like a smooth landing. Congratulations there. Guys, what should I press here? matches. Yes, okay.
But it's fine in the stream. It's okay.
Yeah, yeah, I know.
We have it here.
So, yeah, they're recovering it, as you can see here from the drone view. That was a nice flight. Some nice score, hopefully, for them. Okay. And that was the last round, last flight of this third round, the first round of today. We are making a quick break for the teams to give their payload prediction, set everything up again, getting ready for the second round of today and fourth round in total. See you later. Goodbye.
Check, check. Yes, we are back. We are live, and we are about to start the fourth round of the competition, the first round of the afternoon. And the wind conditions right now are definitely not ideal. There is a very strong crosswind, and the pilots of the team, number 9, Udine from Italy, are considering how to approach this very delicate takeoff. And it's a valid takeoff for team number 9, Aero. Udine flying with its maximum payload capacity of 11 cans once again. We've had a short pause after the end of the first round for today, third overall in the competition. We've taken the mandatory pictures for posterity, and we are now back at flying, back in action with team number 9, Udine, who's fighting for first place. First place that's going to be very, very disputed with the German team, with Akamodel Munich. After a first invalid flight this morning, the Italian team, it is imperative for them to get a good performance if they want to stay ahead. landing. They will approach. Very nice and soft touchdown. Yep. Congratulations. That looked like a very, very good flight. Very good recovery from this morning. Team number 19, Munich, will follow up. Little Munich already on the runway. Adjustments and getting ready. Flying after a very spectacular performance this morning with a 40-meter takeoff with very adverse wind conditions and with full payload capacity. And it's a bit more tricky this time with the crosswind. Plane has veered off the runway, and it will have to be a second attempt. Pilot Hopper running with the aircraft to head. For
Let's
a
see
second
if he
attempt.
can make it in 40 meters this time.
It seems like they have declared 40 meters again. They are going all out.
Yes, as you said before, they have to fight hard for the first place.
Be a very fierce battle in the top two contenders, Munich and Udine. And this very, very short takeoff was beautiful.
And I think we are seeing the transition to speed flying right now.
Such a fast plane. Such a beautiful aircraft. Munich team still going very, very fast and waving at the audience.
The landing gear is extended, and I think we are about to see a landing.
What an impressive performance. What a beautiful flight. These guys have done it again.
And we have a beautiful touchdown. Congratulations to the Munich team.
Yeah, very well done. Very consistent performance. Pilot looks happy. The helper looks very enthusiastic about the flight, and I think it's a good reason. That was a very good performance, and I I think the pilot really has the technique now, right? We saw this morning earlier that he was trying to steer away of the runway, sort of to take advantage of the rigidity, the robustness of the landing gear to sort of brake with the use of a side drift. Don't you agree?
Yes, I think so. I've seen the tires they are using and the bearings, and this plane would roll forever if it weren't for that braking technique.
So it's drifting for braking. An
Well,
interesting
they don't
approach.
seem to have proper brakes, so you have to get creative.
Now we were just seeing the provisional leaderboard that was updated last night after the first two rounds of the competition. We will not have further results for today's flights until later on. So as things stand, it's still Udine in the lead, followed by Munich, and then the team that's now about to take off, Extrados, from the Technical University of Valencia in Spain. Getting warmer and warmer now, about 26 degrees here in Böblingen. It's still sunny with just a few clouds and with a very nice wind. And there's movement on the runway. And a valid takeoff for team number 2, Extrados. This time on the first attempt.
But I think it's looking quite heavy, so they are going for lots of payload.
They are going for 10 cans, so right there with the top contenders. Same payload as the Munich team. 1 can less than Udine. They really want to keep their advantage over the Portuguese teams. The Portuguese team of Ubi, who's closely following behind. And that will really have to fight to take the third place from the Spanish team. Quite a fair amount of altitude there. Very good to get more speed and to extend as much as possible this distance. It's so relevant for the scoring. And it looks really very high up in the air. Looks relatively fast. And it's staying well within 30 amp limit, which is also very important. And it's one of the few teams in the top that sort of ignored the trend of the retractable landing gear, and it seems to have worked for them so far. We'll see if it's enough to keep the advantage they have.
Yes, I think it's quite a bold move to stay with a rigid landing gear, which will obviously create lots of drag, but I think they have put the least amount of landing gear they could fit possibly on this plane. So not that much of a drag penalty.
Yeah, and it's still a decently fast aircraft. At least the last few rounds have been around the 3 kilometer mark.
It is also the best placed team so far, having 2 motors instead of 1.
So maybe the prediction that we heard at the presentations of it being a very, very close match between the single motor and the twin motor were actually accurate, and it's still a competitive configuration.
Yes, I do like that both configurations are very close together, and it doesn't seem to be a disadvantage to use either one of them. And again, we're seeing the pilot waving at the crowd.
Now the speed phase is over. It is now time to bring it home. And we remember this morning the landing was quite spectacular. It was not until the very, very end of the braking that the landing gear failed in a very unfortunate way. Let's hope they were able to fix that structural issue and that this landing is going to be just uneventful. And it seems like it is. So that was a good flight.
Great performance by
Very good
the
flight. Very well
Spanish team.
defended. And that would make the third scored flight for the Valencian team for Exados UPV. And now, next in line, the Portuguese team, the best placed Portuguese team, the team at the origin of the competition name, team number 13, Ubi Aeronautics team, about to take off, to fight, to enter the fight for the third place, with a payload of 10 cans. And it's a valid takeoff within the 60 meters they predicted. And it's now time to climb and get some speed, get some altitude in preparation for the speed flight.
But it seems like the plane is struggling a bit. What do you think is happening
think
here?
This is a behavior we've seen before from the UV team. Yesterday, it's an aircraft that once it's at the right speed, it behaves fabulous, and it's a very, very good machine. But until it gets the altitude, it seems like it really struggles. And it now seems to have gained a bit more speed and therefore a bit more control.
Yes, what a difference. They must have perfectly designed their plane for their speed.
This is, I guess, what happens when you design an aircraft to perform very well, but at a very specific operational point. Isn't that right?
Yes, it's a bold move to design a plane like this because not only there 2 minutes of speed flying count, but if your landing or your starting isn't perfect, this will make a flight invalid. So it's quite a bold move to go this way.
And it's also not easy to optimize the aircraft for the speed and to also do it for the payload and for the climb all at the same time. As every engineering decision, there's always a trade-off. But it seems like the Portuguese team has been able now to get the most out of the design and yeah, looking much better for them now.
Yes, the pilot has the plane under control and it's speeding along.
And it's also a very well built plane, one of the best quality manufacturing we've seen. A full carbon design, a very clever custom landing gear, retractable landing gear mechanism that I personally think it's quite good. And then this Fowler flap that gives him the upper hand in the takeoff. And there's something making weird noise there. Might have been the brake.
It seems to be a tricky plane to land, but I'm sure the pilot is well aware of that.
Yeah, the pilot is doing a great job. Team must be very, very proud of him. You hear the cheering of the team. You see the Portuguese rooting for their pilot. All their work, all their effort, all the manufacturing hours are in his hands now. And it's gonna be. And it's a safe. There was a very tense moment where the propeller was rubbing against the grass and it seemed like it could break at any moment, but it was a fantastic landing.
The pilot had it under control, and what an amazing performance.
That was very scary with the propeller completely perpendicular to the ground and with the nose tipped over. It felt like it could break at any moment. The airplane looks in good shape. So the Portuguese team can be very, very proud and can get their hopes up to shorten the distance to the next team in the leaderboard and to improve their placement. And it's now the turn of CTU Aerolab, the Czech team. It's flying for the for the fourth time. And with me, I have a team member of the team. What's your name?
Spela.
Welcome to our live stream, Spela.
Thank you.
Thanks for joining. How are you feeling?
We're feeling good. Now we have one can less than the previous flight, and we're hoping to go for the 40 meter takeoff instead of the 60, which
Okay.
should bring us more points than the 60 meters and the 10 cans. So I hope
So
we I hope we do it.
I see. I was gonna say you're playing it safe, but if you're going for the 40 meters, that's not the case. You've really studied your strategy. You confident you can get some more points this way?
Yes, because 9 and you multiply that by 15%, like more, that gives you more than 10. So we hope to get more, and as well we hope to gain more height because we have a lighter aircraft, which should give us an advantage on the speed as well.
That's right. It checks out, and I think a lot of people here really like the style. Your construction style is very it's very unique. It's a very beautiful mix of the um, I would say high end techniques like composite and also the more traditional balsa. Um, I think it's a lovely design. And how did you guys decide to do this hybrid structure? Why not go for the full composite like the rest?
Yeah, I would like to say that it was intentional to go the way we did, but actually we did plan to go full composite. But in the end, our milling CNC machine broke down mid process, so we did manage to get the mold for the central plan. But then we decided to, like, we didn't manage to prepare our molds for the wingtips, and that's why we decided to go for the classical balsa construction.
Well, Boss, our composite, it seems like your plane is able to take off in 40 meters. There's the green flag.
I'm happy for that.
That's very good news for you. And for a very unique plane, you also have a very unique name. It's the Salamander prototype. Am I pronouncing it correctly? How is it?
Well, in Czech it's mlok, but yeah, in English it translates to salamander because it visually reminded us of it, at least at some point during construction process, where we also drew some faces on the nose.
Do you think it has the spirit of a salamander?
Well, salamander stays on the ground and and our flies. So I mean I don't really know the spirit of a salamander that well, but as long as it stays intact, I hope it will. Then I guess it does.
I'm sure it will. So, do you have a lot of people watching from the Czech Republic at the moment? People watching the stream? People following your progress in the competition?
Yeah, I guess each of our members has a family or a friend that is watching, and we also have some previous members watching and rooting for us.
You guys were also very close to winning the payload challenge in the United Kingdom last year. Were you part of a team? Can you tell us something about that?
Yes, we came second right after Stuttgart. You, we were actually pretty close. I think the difference in weight of our aircraft was 3 grams, but they rounded it up to the closest 10 grams. So, you guys got more points, but you also did a little bit better on the report and the presentation. So all in all, you were better.
Well, I was not personally there, but it is true that it was a very, very close fight there. But that also means you're one of the top teams in this discipline. Um, I'm sure your performance reflects that, and so does the scoring. What are your hopes? What are you fighting for at this year's edition?
So I guess we were hoping for top 5. So we are already, like, after our last round we are number 5. So if we stay there, that would be really good, and we'll be even more happy if we maybe jump up a place or two.
Very good. What what's the most you can extract out of your plane? So you're flying with 9 cans and 40 meters. You have space for up to 10 cans. Do you think you could be able to fit the 10 cans and take off in 40 meters just like the Munich team does?
I actually stood on the 40 meter line on the previous flight, and it took off like less than a meter before. So I guess we could, but we decided not to risk it today to get 2 good flights because yesterday was not a really good day for us. So today we said we will do 2 good flights, and tomorrow we might risk it. But the plane also didn't fly very well with the 10 cans, and it also needs additional ballast at the nose because it otherwise isn't stable. So we decided also to make the job easier for the pilot.
So adding one more can actually means adding more than the weight of just one more can.
Exactly, it's almost half a kilo more.
I see. Is it also your first ACC? I guess it isn't. How many participations has CTU Air Lab had in the ACC?
Yeah. For me, this is the second ACC. I was in Aachen last year. We were there with a flying wing, so it was a success that it flew. But we ended up on 13th place. So this year, we really hope for a better place. But yeah, it was more of an experiment with a flying wing than anything else, I guess.
It's very good to experiment sometimes and to get out of the ordinary. Let's see how the landing works for you. And I think it's a very good one. Yeah, I can hear your team from here.
Yes, we have a good pilot. I congratulate him again.
Very good. Is there anything else you'd like to say to your team or to the people watching?
No, I'm really happy with our plane. This is actually my last year in the team, so I would like to thank them all, and I'm very happy to be here. And thank you for having me.
Thank you for joining. Congratulations on this fantastic flight, and best of luck for the remainder of the competition.
Thank you.
So, and now Lift Up from Padova is making their plane ready on the start line. And we will see how they are doing. Also, until now, a few very successful flights. And it looks like they want to achieve the start in 60 meters. They've loaded let's see how many cans they have loaded. They've loaded 9 cans as well. And let's go. They're rolling. Oh, that was easily done in 60 meters. I think they could even have done it in 40 meters, but looks like they are playing it safe. Maybe also just like CTU Aerolab earlier, and trying to get two good scores today. Maybe risk tomorrow something. Airplane name is not the current one. Oh yes, now it is. Sorry, it is now. It is now. So as you can see, they're climbing quite high. 76 meters currently. Still in the climbing phase, I guess. But the speed segment should start any second now. And we're already used to those nicely done flights, to those good pilots in the first few teams. There's nothing There you can't see anything going wrong there with the plane. Nice circles, nice eights. And it kind of looks like they are getting ready for landing. No, not yet. It's also one of the teams with two motors, just like CTU before that.
I think this was the team that was very active in the WhatsApp group and were sending videos of some night flying at home, very spectacular LED lighting on the aircraft, wasn't it?
That could be, yes, they could. That could be. There were so many pictures there in our WhatsApp group, so a lot of stuff happening there. I haven't read everything. There was just too much happening there. But yes, I think that could be.
There was a lot of night flying action in the previous days previous to ACC, during the last test, the last flight tests before competition, even in nighttime.
That would be amazing to have those planes flying in the dark, lit with some LEDs. But I think currently you have to wait quite a bit until it's dark enough. But now we're seeing them coming in for their final approach. Let's see, it looks really nicely. Yeah, they're really low. And that's one bounce. And the second one stays on the ground, and that was a successful landing. Congratulations to Lift Up.
And now yet another Italian team, Icarus Polito from the Politecnico di Torino, that will fly next. Yet another twin motor aircraft from our Italian colleagues. That's already flown very well before, and that we sure will not disappoint.
They've chosen to start at 40 meters and will carry 7 cans of soda with them. So a little bit less cans, but also less takeoff length. So let's see how they will do. So pilot and his helper has positioned themselves at the 40-meter mark. And now it's engines on and lift up. They get the green flag.
Let's see that landing gear go up. Yeah, really nice.
Yes, nice flight. Gaining some speed first, then trying to gain altitude. And they're still already quite high at 40 meters after the first corner. Nicely done. Nice start. I think.
It's fighting the wind a little bit.
Yes, but do they catch some thermals over there, or is that only the engine power?
Think they might have found some kind of thermal over there. It's quite warm at the moment, so it's definitely a possibility. And if they have a good pilot that's able to recognize this kind of updrafts in the air, it can definitely give them an advantage.
And as you can see, it looks like the speed has, the plane has sped up, trying to cover as much distance as they can within the 2 minutes.
I really like to see this sort of um, tapered wing design. It makes the plane look fast, doesn't it?
Definitely, yeah. Nearly all planes of this year's competition look amazing, I would say. And yeah, it's nice to see them fly, nice to see them soar through the air. Yeah, it's just amazing. And it looks like the speed segment has come to an end. And as they are turning down the power, losing altitude, losing speed, and the pilots on their way to the beginning of the landing area. The landing gear is not yet down, but I think it will come down at any moment as they go for the landing. Let's have a look. Now it is down. But that looks just like an amazing and smooth landing. Nicely done from the pilot, nicely done from the team designing such a beautiful aircraft.
Yeah, that was very, very good. So congratulations to Icarus Polito. You've done it again. You've done it for a fourth time in a row here in Stuttgart. Very impressive performance.
So, as Icarus Polito is picking up their plane, and getting ready to leave the airfield. Another team sets their plane up on the starting line. It's team number 3, Rhino Jet.
Yeah, our French colleagues are lined up for takeoff again. This time with a payload of 9 cans, if I'm not mistaken.
Nine cans and 40 meters of run of starting length.
I think this was the same configuration as this morning, but it did not work so well for them in that occasion. Let's see if now that we have a bit more wind, that's enough to make it fly. It does seem like it is.
Yes, that's lift up
That was
and a green flag.
much better than this morning. Very impressive. Very good takeoff.
So they're now flying into the wind, gaining some altitude. Lovely to see.
Oh, it's really climbing very fast.
And yeah, that was a nice start. Nice altitude gained there. Already at 50 meters here. Nice to see. And that will definitely get them some scores, I think. So the Rhino Jet has 2 cans more payload than the previous team. And so it's 9, and maybe they can, with this flight, if they execute it well, if they cover a lot of distance, maybe they can beat them and jump ahead in the leaderboard. We will see how it will go, how the flight will continue, and how much distance they cover if everything goes well. Let's hope for the best.
And for how much the wing is flexing, you can really tell that there's a little bit of turbulence at the altitude. A little gusts of wind that make the plane shake.
But yeah, neither pilot nor plane are really bordered by the gusts here.
But you can also see how it gains a lot of speed in the with the tailwind. So from right to left, it's a huge difference in speed between one direction and the other.
Yeah, let's hope that they get a lot of flights from the right to the left of the airfield. Because if they start with a flight, or if time starts when they try to fly from the left to the right, and it ends after they've flown from the left to the right, the wind would be a little bit annoying. But if they make enough rounds with the wind, then that will be very nice for the score.
Yet again, this is a very impressive performance by the French team. We remember first ever French team to participate in ACC, and also first time that Rhino Jet comes to the ACC, and they're still here with 9 cans taking off in 40 meters and giving us a very good flight.
And the landing went really smoothly as well. Amazing work. Well done, guys. And congratulations. Anyone come? They were here earlier, were they not? For the third round. And next in line is Team Nova, our friends from Romania. And chat is probably full of Go Nova
We
chants.
have to check that. Yeah.
We have to check that, but we are used to that. Yes, I can see it already. It's the team you're waiting for.
Keep those flags coming.
I see them. I see them. Go Nova, go. Okay, I don't even try to read that. I don't know Romanian. But yeah, seems like they're getting ready, setting up their plane.
Yeah, many comments.
So they seem to be ready any moment now. And let's hope their flight is as good as the ones before, if not even better. We will hope for the best.
And after a few jumps, the aircraft is airborne and the climbing started. Oh, very tricky conditions there.
Yeah, sometimes the wind can be your friend, sometimes it's your enemy.
It's definitely better to climb against the wind, as opposed to um, having it in the back.
Yes, definitely. But some at one point you got to go into the corner, and then the wind hits from the back, and you never know how it develops, how the aircraft will handle it. I hope they've done some flights in windy conditions, and they know what they're doing. But that pilot seems to be experienced from what I've seen here in the competition.
This pilot, we were talking to one of the team members of a Nova team right before. He was mentioning that Dan was mentioning that they got a very experienced pilot, a F3K pilot with years and years of practice in the discipline. So that's of course a big advantage and a great opportunity to get the most out of the aircraft and to give us some spectacle.
So seems like that flight comes to an end now. The speed section is done. It was very nicely, and Team Nova is coming in for landing. But that's not
now.
it.
Not
now.
quite
Yeah,
yet.
not quite yet. A little bit too high, a little bit too fast. So just a simple go around and try again to secure that score, because that seemed to be pretty successful, pretty high score, I would say. Congra- and there's the second go around. No need to worry.
Like we said, this is a very good pilot. He will know when is the best time to put that aircraft down. He'll be able to decide and to properly prepare for the landing. As we now see, just a few bounces.
Oh, that was one bounce too much. Looks like the nose of the airplane struck the ground heavily. And
I think we might have celebrated too early. It did look like a very nice and slow landing, but it was just very unfortunate that it found a few bumps and it was
yes,
not able to recover from that.
I'm not sure. It was very. It kind of looked like there was a gust just coming in. I
Could
don't
be.
know.
Could be, yeah.
Because the first bounces were not that high, and then there was one big bounce, and the nose dove down.
It might just be that it got a sudden increase in lift and couldn't manage to keep the aircraft on the ground, and then it just tipped over, probably broke the propeller, which
Yes.
will mean a 0 score, sadly for the Romanian team that has otherwise performed very well in the last 3 rounds. So they shouldn't worry too much about it. A lot of the work's already been done. A lot of opportunity still for the flights tomorrow.
I would like to see that again. So here we can get a quick replay of the landing, hopefully. Let's see.
So we couldn't really get again a view of the landing. We might try later. As let's just move on to the next team that just took off successfully. ASAT Aeronautics, team number 34, with a payload of 7 cans, and is climbing, gaining altitude in preparation for the speed flight.
Yeah, that takeoff was really unspectacular. So what you want to see as a pilot and fan, nothing really interesting, but a smooth and nice takeoff and altitude gain. So the Greek plane is in its speed phase now. It's quite fast with wind and against wind. So that looks really nicely. But they're at 60 meters. But it looks like they're pulling a little bit too much current. I don't know if they've done some calculations that it's better to get a current penalty and have more distance covered. I'm not sure how exactly that will end up in the scoring. But yeah, we will see how they are doing when the scores are in. But apart from that, it looks like a really nice flight, really smooth. Now, looks like they're coming in for an approach to land. Really nicely done. Perfect on the tarmac here. Beautifully. And it even is coming back to the pilot. Amazing work there. Perfect. Hallo. Du übernimmst jetzt mit Thomas hier. Ich weiß nicht mit wem, aber ich dachte, komm mal kurz her. Ja. Weil die Ladung läuft gerade auch alleine. Okay. Sven ist ausgefallen. Ja. Genau. Weil ich musste jetzt eigentlich auch gleich zu einer Station gehen. Ja, dann passt es doch. Genau, also ich habe bloß gesagt, wenn Beladung halt ein Problem ist, sollen sie es vielleicht. Ja. Komme ich wieder. Ah, Tim. Ja. Was ist schlimm dir passiert im Krankenhaus? Oder? Nee, einer von denen hat heute Morgen einen Lautsprecher ein bisschen hochschieben wollen, dann ist der Ding aufs Bein gefallen. Dann ging es erst zu Stickworten, aber er konnte auch noch auftreten und so. Also dramatisch sein, auch ja, richtig. Nichts Dramatisches. Aber jetzt ist halt irgendwie doch gemeint, lieber ins Krankenhaus. Ja, hat er gut gedeutet. Mhm. And seems like our Sydney colleagues from Suave are ready for takeoff. And let's see how they are doing with their model. They got the green flag at the 60-meter mark. They transport 5 soda cans and are doing a nice job here. Probably the team with the furthest travel to get here. I mean, there are a few Asian teams as well who also had quite a long journey. But I think nothing beats Australia, the land down under. So it looks like speed flight has started now. And they're really fast here, soaring through the air with the wind. Let's see how they are doing against the wind. Probably not as fast, but everything looks nicely. Yeah, but nonetheless pretty fast here, also against the wind. Lovely to see them fly here. Lovely to have them here.
Okay, and we have a small shift change here. Welcome back. I'm Christian, and I will do a little bit of commenting from now. And it seems that Team Suave is coming for landing now, a little bit high, but I think the next round will be good for the landing. And that looks like a great landing for the team from Australia. Awesome performance.
Marvin meint. So viel zu wo ich hingehen muss, muss ich nicht. Oder besagtest du die Typst? So, nee, während dem Flug wird gefilmt und wir stellen Fragen. Die Teams, genau, ja. Also, wenn wir wieder Bock haben, Zeit haben. So, looks like team number 20, the Hermes team, is next. They've loaded 4 cans and tried to lift up in 60 meters. Let's see how they're doing.
Today's conditions are really great for the Air Cargo Challenge, although we have a lot more thermals today. So the gusts for wind and wind direction is changing constantly, and the pilots have to account for that. And we do have a runway excursion here, but everything looks good. Team should be able to recover the aircraft fast.
And there they are running to the aircraft to get it back to the starting line. The team is chanting them on, and and let's hope he does not tip there on the grass. But I haven't seen any moles here, so no hills here on the grass. Everything smoothly. And as they are setting up the next attempt for start.
And we have wheels turning again. And the wind is still from the side, but we do have a liftoff and the flag is green. It's a good takeoff.
Oh, but that looks a little bit bumpy,
And
gaining speed.
We also get a little bit bumpy air here, a little bit of gusts.
Let's see how they're doing in their first corner to the left. But that does look more smoothly now. They're flying with the wind. So, yeah.
Yeah, it seems the thermal just left the airfield at the moment they took off, making it difficult to climb directly after takeoff.
Yes, I think you're after them.
Yeah, I think so. It was Lambach before, so that's
Yeah, go ahead. So now that team, or the Hermes team, is in the air, has gained some altitude. They're doing really well in their flight. And yeah, that looks great.
Yeah, this is definitely one of the aircraft that likes to have a little bit more speed for precise control. And while that flight is going on, we are currently getting some gusts on the ground here. So there's definitely thermal activity and quite strong one.
Ja.
Wer bist du und wem kaufst du? Wer bist du und wem kaufst du?
And it looks like the plane, the speed flight segment is coming down to an end. But they have some problems with the gusts here, and they won't come down. Let's see how that landing will go. But that does look nicely. Oh, the pilots have to get away from the plane. But nonetheless, it's touchdown.
Good touchdown, yeah.
And a successful flight after one bump at landing. Congratulations.
I think that was especially for us that we have something to comment and to see.
Yes, definitely. And next up is Team Lambach from the Technical University of Delft. And we got one of their team members here, and we can ask him some questions. So, can you first maybe explain what your group is? Is it a group of model flight builders, model flyers, or are you just a few students of aerospace engineering? Tell us a little bit about yourself.
Sure. Thank you for that question. Well, this is actually our first ACC competition in our Lambach team at TU Delft. The history of the team is pretty long, actually. It's like tens of years, decades. I don't know exactly, actually. However, this competition is, I believe, the most challenging situation so far. This is the first time we're building fully composite carbon fiber airplane. So this will be a great learning opportunity. We hope to be there in like 2 years, and based on the challenges we faced, we hope to perform well or better than this time. However, we hope for the best also now.
That's nice to hear. You say your team is has a pretty long history. Which other competitions have you taken part in? Is it some design build fly in the US or Extrados challenge in Spain? Or tell
Uh,
us about them a little bit.
Sure. As a team, I mean like the whole our student association, Lambach, and we divide into different teams where we separate for the teams for different competitions. This year, one of the teams took part in the BMFA competition in the UK. They actually managed to win one of the classes. That was a great success. And yeah, that's basically it.
Okay, that's nice to hear. You said you built your first composite plane here today. How was the building process there? Did you had some help there, or did some of you were already experienced in that kind of building technique?
Yeah, at the moment I'm very excited. Our plane managed to took off. Looks great as of now. But continuing to answering your question, uh, well, this actually in our team, as I said, this is the first composite airplane. Uh, the resources were uh, the resources were quite limited. We had to 3D print our molds and then do the surface finishing and so on. So the tolerances quality, it was kind of limited. However, we managed to assemble a fully capable airplane. And yeah, you can see kind of like interesting, I wouldn't call it a feature, but maybe some people would. Well, one of our landing gears is not retracting. That's a result of the uh, rapid disassembly of our, our landing gear from the previous round. However, that's the best we could do. Rest, yeah, it's fixed. This one is fixed. The second one retracts from the main, and the front is also retracting, as far as I know. So we should save some drag on these two, and yeah, additionally, one does not retract.
Yeah, better leave it out and leave it rigid on the outside than let it get stuck on the inside and have to do a belly landing.
Yeah.
Especially with the conditions that no parts are allowed to disassemble themselves on the landing. And so, yeah, that's probably a compromise worth doing there to just fix it.
Yes,
And
yes.
yeah.
Yeah, some question from me. Like, how do you build your aircraft? Do you have a workshop? Do you have support from university, or is it the Lambach student group? Or
Yeah, we are a team of 5 students actually. Uh, most of us are doing masters at the university. We had access to great composite lab at our university. Our university does a lot of composite research, as far as I know. So we had access to great facility there. We have our own workshop, which is quite well equipped. So we had the tools we needed. The budget, well, it was kind of limited compared to what I hear other teams have. However, yeah, that was enough to build one airplane. Yeah, so that's it basically.
yeah, I would say you have a big success here because you're here, you're flying your aircraft, and it's flying successfully at the moment. It's flying stable. So let's hope that it keeps on going like that, and the second gear does not go in, so that it keeps out. And yeah,
Yeah, actually,
looks
landing is
landing is tricky. So
yeah,
yeah, fingers crossed for that. I think we will see that in a few minutes or seconds.
I believe we were done with high-speed section. Am I right?
I think so. We should be done with the speed section. Yes, I don't have the timer started. Yeah.
The amp is down. The ampage is down, so yeah, not full throttle anymore. Gliding down safely, losing altitude, so they should calm down at any moment. And let's hope that half rigid, half retractable landing gear will keep up.
And both are out, so that's a good start. But we will do another try. All three gears are out, yeah. So you have quite a high capacity for cans, I think, right?
Yeah. We originally, well, the capacity is 14 cans. We had some, challenges. We faced some challenges while manufacturing. Oh,
Yeah, and a very smooth landing here. Congratulations, yeah.
thank you very much. Yeah, I'm very happy with that result.
You can be, yes.
Then thank you very much for having you here. It was a pleasure. Thanks for the interview. And good luck with the landing gear. You think you will get it retractable by the flights tomorrow?
There's a good chance. We have some spare parts, so there's a good chance. And yeah, we hope we will be able to get in even higher top speed tomorrow.
Then thank you very much. Congratulations on that successful flight, and see you tomorrow then.
Yeah, keep up the Air Cargo Challenge spirit.
Thank you.
Bye. See ya.
you.
So. Riechen, oder? Just one of us just asked in the line here if they have people who wants to come and comment the flight and have to be interviewed, and
Apparently, the next 3 or 4 all agreed to send somebody.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Good.
Only two tonight. Thanks.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think most of the teams will agree if you ask them to do that, and maybe also next round or tomorrow they can do it again. I think. Yeah.
And now we're seeing team number 18, Atlas Mach, trying their takeoff. Oh, that's
And
a lot
we're
of
coming
gust.
really close here.
But looks like everything went smoothly. They
Gears in, yeah.
They did their 40 meters, and yeah.
It's always good to stay in control and get some speed first, so have a resistance against some gusts here. So
Yes, definitely.
So Lucas, do you know how many of the aircraft are 2 motors and in comparison to 1 motor? What's the ratio?
I would say there are a little bit more teams with 1 engine. Just I don't know. It's the conventional way. It's the new rules with 2 engines, and so I would say a ratio of 60 to 40 for 1 engine, but I haven't got the exact numbers. It's just what I think it is.
Yeah, I would say that's also my impression. Although, of course, the two motors have to carry the second motor and they don't get more current, so it's a challenge to get the efficiency out of that. So that's a cool thing to do. And definitely the sound of the two motors is much better than the one motor.
Yes, I heard that as well. I'm fully agreeing with you there. It's nice to hear.
I also heard from some teams that had problems with the big distance between the two motors. So there are some challenges that you have to tackle and to manage to get the two motors in the air safely, especially if you use the limiting of the current with the motor. So there might be some challenges that you don't have with the one motor.
Yes, that's true. And yeah, but I mean, it's great to see teams nonetheless trying that. And I mean, quite successful teams. I think we got some in the top 5 with 2 motors. And yeah, for that new building, or not new building technique, but for
These
their
new regulations, yeah.
yes, new regulations, new designs. The load paths are different than with only one motor. So yes, it's lovely to see that there is not that much of a difference score wise, and both teams can be, or both designs can be successful here in the Erkagen challenge.
Oh, and let's hope that there's no part damaged there, but we will see.
Yes, it wasn't that hard of an impact. It was pretty slow already. But let's have a look.
And
Yes.
thumbs up, so it looks good. What impresses me really for this year's Air Cargo Challenge is still that the amount of carbon fiber aircraft and aircraft built in molds is still rising, and more high-end aircraft are being built. So that's something I really think it's amazing on the one hand, and also, yeah, the amount of effort the teams have to put into the aircraft is amazing.
Yes, and as you were saying, that team number 8, Aerotech Atlas, came in for their flight. They set up the aircraft at the starting line, and we have one of their members here for an interview during the flight. Can you tell us a little bit about your group? Is it aerospace students? Is it mechanical engineering students? What are you guys doing?
So we're from the University of Lisbon. We're mainly aerospace students, although we have some students from the electrical engineering course, and also we've had some mechanical engineering students as well, but it's mainly aerospace.
Okay, are you guys building model aircraft regularly or just for the competitions? Do you take part in those competitions on a regular basis? Tell us about your experience with model flight in general.
So basically, ACC is just one of our goals. Our team also has a very strong component in avionics. So we do other aircrafts, not for competitions, but for humanitarian purposes, like wildfire monitoring. And these are heavier aircrafts, still under the 25-kilogram class, but a bit different. So I guess you can take some experience from them, but it is a bit different from the ACC, which is the only competition we. Oh, we also participate in a Portuguese competition, Aero Cup. Oh,
Oh,
we crashed.
yes.
Ah,
But it did not look that
it
bad.
looks okay.
I think it is still
It's still intact.
intact.
It is still intact.
And can be brought to the.
Yeah, it can take off again. It can definitely take off again.
Yes, let's
I
hope.
hope. I am manifesting.
I mean, it looks like it does, and I don't think it lost any parts. So,
No, yeah.
but they are working on it currently, opening the cargo bay. Let's see what they are doing. Checking for leaks in the soda cans
Yeah.
to be sure the electronics stay safe.
It has happened to us before.
It
the,
has
the
happened.
can, yes.
Oh, okay.
The
Yeah,
can exploded.
yeah. That's an issue I haven't thought about yet. But now, when you're saying it,
Yeah, gas cans are definitely maybe not the move. We had to switch to water cans in our test flight.
oh, okay.
Oh, here they go.
Yes, everything seemed to be all right. They're carrying it back to the starting line and go for another try.
It's gonna be okay, team. If you're hearing me, it's gonna be okay.
Yeah. So let's see how that one is going. And let's see if they can take off. We've got the engines running, the wheels rolling. And let's. Oh, yes, that does look way better. Oh, a little bit bumpy in the air. But now it's gaining some speed and a little bit of altitude. Looks like a good first corner. It's airborne and looks nicely. You said you're doing some wildfire drones as well. Can you do you have cooperations with industry partners regarding that, or are you doing it on your own, or is it also for competitions?
We do it. We develop the full aircraft on our own. Although sometimes we go to military displays in Portugal, but because we can use their runways.
Ah, okay, nice to see. So
Oh, but it's flying okay now. It's okay.
yes, it's
Sorry, I'm not providing. I'm not providing as much content as I'd wished because I'm nervous.
no worries. You already got two scored flights, which went well.
No,
Or
this is the second flight. This is the second scored flight. Yesterday, unfortunately, we did not get any scored flights.
okay, but are you okay? Are you fine with your first flight today? How did that go?
Our first flight today went very well, although it was our first, so it went sort of as a test flight. We didn't go very fast. We are hoping that these next test flights we can improve our performance a little bit because yesterday our wheels broke during takeoff.
Oh, that's a shame to see, but it looks like it's handling the wind and the conditions here well, and is getting a nice score here. And tomorrow there is also another day of flying, so there's more than enough time to get your scores. Now maybe be a little bit conservative with your payload, and tomorrow go for the big score. Or what's your strategy? Is it like that, or
We definitely wanted to get the 8 cans, which is what we announced that we would carry. So that was our strategy for this flight, being a bit conservative still because we can take more cans, but more than the last flight, which was 6. But we were hoping that if this flight went well, if we got a good scoring tomorrow, we could try something else, go for a bigger distance with less payload, or more payload even, and try to work a little bit with the current penalty. Although it's hard, it's a harsh penalty. So we will see. Once we land, I'll think about it.
that's great to hear. Mm,
So coming from 25 kilogram or heavy aircraft, how did you experience the design process for small aircraft? Was it much different, or could you apply a lot of the things you learned already?
We are much more experienced in this category than in the 25 kilogram. So I think it's the other way around. I think it was a challenge to apply the knowledge we already have in this sort of aircraft to heavier aircrafts. It doesn't work as well.
Yeah, and with that, I think we're coming for the landing. I don't see it at the moment.
Oh.
Ah, there it is. Yeah.
Yes. Si, 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 si.
And very soft
Ah,
touchdown.
thank God.
You can breathe again now.
Oh, thank God. Congratulations, Atlas.
Thank you very much for the interview, and
Thank
please
you.
come back next time.
Oh, thank you.
Bye. Das nimmt einem echt gut Arbeit ab. Also, das nimmt einem echt gut Arbeit ab. Vor allem, also. Yes. Everything. No, he's Pollywood.
Yes. How's stuff going?
Is there, if there's no other team?
Trinker.
Ah,
Yes.
there.
Very good. Your next team? Yeah. Perfect.
Um, I don't know. Yes, definitely. I'm not sure if we've interviewed those yet, but I mean, we probably will do it tomorrow or something like that if they're interested, and they probably are. Yeah.
So, and as with the previous flights, we also have a representative of the team Trincalos as well here. So, how are you feeling ahead of the start?
Well, we are feeling relaxed because we are taking the same cans again, so we can be a very conservative flight. Nearly?
Very close.
Okay. So we are just repeating the flight to make the same points as the last flight, and we will take a more risky approach tomorrow, so we can try to take advantage of all the cans we can carry on the plane.
Okay, so today conservative and then going for all in.
Yeah, because yesterday we had a little bit of problem with one of the servos and we had lost one round.
Okay, but you already have two counted rounds now.
Yeah,
Previous one, so you have two on the scoreboard at
yeah,
least.
but we are not satisfied with the
Yeah,
first one because
well, you're not
we
sa-
had
okay.
a little bit of problems with the electronics, so we had a little bit of penalty.
Yeah, okay, yes, I guess that. So how do you control your current to reduce the penalties?
Well, we try to reduce the limit because we had like very it could go higher than we expected. Like it has a little bit of +2 and -2, so we had to reduce it because in the flight during some turns it could go to 33, 35 amperes.
Okay, yeah, that makes a difference.
We had
then,
to
yeah.
reduce it because then
Okay, so how many cans of transport do you transport at the moment?
we are now at 7 cans, but 40 meters.
Okay, and you still have capacity for more?
Yeah, in theory we could carry 15, and we only tried to make some proof flights of with 13.
Okay, but that's still quite a bit up that you can still manage to do more. And as we just saw, the takeoff distance was really short. And there are definitely
Yeah, the
some
wind
interesting
controls
winds
a
that
lot.
we have here. So pilot has to gain some speed.
Yeah.
Very big aircraft,
It's
definitely.
the problem having a lot of wing but not carrying good enough like this. The
Yeah,
wing
definitely,
can
yeah.
play with the plane a little bit.
But let's hope. Yeah, very good.
We have a
Good
really
attention from the
pilot.
pilot. Yeah,
It has a lot of years of experience.
that's always helpful in these conditions with aircraft that might not be able to fly that well. And
He's saving a lot of
yeah,
times.
yes, that's always helpful to have experienced pilots there. Of course, if the aircraft is flying, no problem, then everybody can fly it basically. But
There's sometimes that things get really difficult.
yeah. So, can you also tell us something about your group?
Well-
How often did you already participate? It's almost always, I think, right?
Trincalos participated almost all of the cargo editions except the last one.
Yeah, okay.
Because we weren't a lot of people, so we tried to go for another competition first, and we were new all because we renovated all the crew.
Okay.
And we started with Valencia in a competition there.
Oh yeah, that's quite long ago, yeah.
Yeah.
That's
and
cool.
we are almost the same team as 3 years ago, so we
Mhm.
are just adjusting and improving ourselves.
So, can you tell us or all the people here something about how you transport all the knowledge to the next generation? Because I think that's the problem that most of the Air Cargo
Yeah.
Challenge teams have.
We had this problem and we wanted to not repeat this again. So what we made this year, it's like separated the team in two halves, and one is going in the cargo like us, and the other one is going to Valencia. And we were the first ones at construction and calculating all the things, so they could. What? Thanks. And so we could just show them as we were doing the things, like all the process. They could just shadow us.
Okay, so you have one team doing it, and the others learn from it. So you reverse the roles next time, or what's the plan there?
Well, they will be the generation that stays in the team, and we probably some we finish the study, some we go abroad. So we probably just dismantle this team and keep like a little bit of distance, and half of the team it still will stay, but half of the other maybe will go. So they will be the veterans now.
That's always a good role to be in.
Yeah.
I can tell you.
Like an advisor.
Yeah, definitely. So I think the speed flight is over. What do you think? Current? Still high. So maybe the end of the speed flight. But it looked like
Maybe
a very solid
the last
performance
loop.
during the flight now. So I think you can be very happy with that one.
Yeah, just we have to just adjust the landing because
Yeah.
it likes to run all the way runway.
Ah,
And
yeah. So a
we
problem.
end up there.
Yeah, we
At
see
the
it
limit.
more often. Yeah. Oh, another stall and recovery. So the pilot directly going for a landing or taking one more approach?
I think it's going for the landing.
It's trying to, yeah. This is very low
Very
already.
slow, yeah.
That looks really nice. No problem at all. Very smooth landing.
Yeah.
Congratulations to the entire team. You did an awesome
Thank
job.
you.
And we're happy to see you again every year.
We will try.
Thanks.
Nice to meet you, Christian.
Yes, interview take place, and yeah.
Should I move more forward so that you can see more?
Is it possible to the right a little bit more, and then if we now
Just
got
have to look at the cables, but yeah. Why
yeah,
not?
I think they are. Nope, you're fine. Great. Then yeah.
So for the next team, I'm not sure. What team are you? You don't have a team shirt.
I'm from Euravia Zagreb. We are
Zagreb.
Yeah.
So you're one of the people or one of the teams that already organized one competition.
Yeah, but that was our golden generation, and we are the new generation after COVID. So we are quite unexperienced in this.
Okay, COVID did a big thing in Zagreb with your team.
Unfortunately, yeah, it was almost a complete shutdown of our club, but we are quite lucky to return back to this competition.
That's nice to see. So you did not took part in the competition 2 years ago?
No, we didn't.
Okay. How was the knowledge transfer there in your team? Did the old members pre-COVID gave you some tips, or did you have to rebuild everything on your own?
We had to rebuild everything from the bottom. Like it was really hard, but we managed to somehow gather the knowledge, and we did it. We are quite happy.
That's nice to hear.
Yeah.
And to see, of course.
Yeah.
You are the only team here with a pusher configuration. Can you tell us a little bit about that? How was that decision made, and or is it grounded in calculations, or did you just say, yeah, let's do it, let's have some fun, let's try something out?
I mean, it's both. We had a colleague who made some sick MATLAB code, and he's only one to know how he did it. And from the calculations, it showed that the pusher is better, but we didn't take in consideration the single pusher. We only considered two motors. And also from the manufacturing side, it looked easier to create a pusher.
So you took those calculations and decided, okay, we're doing a pusher.
Yeah,
and
we eyeballed it.
yes, okay, nice. Did you have or where do you work? Do you have a workshop, or is it part of the university and you can use the facilities of your
Yeah,
university?
we have near the university their workshop, where we can there build, and we have our piece. But that's it, only the room, and all materials and production is in this room. But that's all, no machinery, only 3D printing.
Oh, okay. But you also used carbon fiber for the
Yeah.
fuselage.
Yeah.
Was it done with 3D printed molds, or?
No, we use the PVC foam mold because it's easier to process it, and the surface is much nicer and needs less brushing and polishing.
Okay, that's nice. But how did you get the? Is it just a PVC pipe you used for the fuselage as a mold? Or?
Yeah, we bought the PVC pipe.
Okay.
And we put it around it.
That's a nice and interesting technique, and definitely with the tools you guys have, a good way of doing it.
Yeah.
How have you done the airfoil and the winger? Is it also carbon fiber, or is
Yeah,
that
it's
balsa?
a sandwich construction with carbon fiber, and between is PVC foam and then glass fiber. That's
Okay.
the.
That's really nice to see. Are you happy with your flights till now?
Yeah,
Or
yeah. We expected some bad things to happen with the front leg, but we attached it with the thread. So when they attached it, it was still hanging by a thread. So we kind of bend the rules.
okay. Now it looks like that front wheel can prove itself and that construction as we're going in for landing.
Yeah.
And it is bending.
Yeah, that's all calculated. We have spare parts.
That's nice to see. It looks like a successful landing with no parts lost. And congratulations
Thank you
to
very
you
much.
and your team for that.
Thank
Do
you.
you have any guys watching the stream? You want to give some words to them?
Yeah, thank you everyone for from Croatia that is watching, and you. Yeah, that's it.
Then thank you for having you here, and hope we see you at the next round.
Yeah, of course, it's been a pleasure.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Die Teams sind danach nur noch dran. Kommt gleich schon noch. Fünfe? Ja. Das ist halb WUT. Ja, mittendrin.
So we just looked it up, and we're just in the middle of a flight for this round. So we still have quite a few flights coming up today.
And now on the runway getting ready is WUT Aero Design. They have a really large wing, nearly 1 square meters. Oh, and Hugo and me were wrong earlier. I thought about those guys regarding the aspect ratio. We said earlier that we haven't seen anything bigger than 17.2. But now, when I see it, they have an aspect ratio of 18.8. That's quite a lot. And I even see some winglets on the wingtips. So that's really big.
Yeah, they also unfortunately had a problem last round where there was a breaking of the wing during the static load test, but awesome to see that's repaired and it's flying again. Congratulations to the team.
And that was a really smooth start with no bumpiness at all. So really controlled here by the pilot. Nice design of the plane.
It's really a little bit of a switch back to the old days of the Air Cargo Challenge, where huge aircraft with high aspect ratio were the norm. So it's really nice to see that.
Yes, definitely. They also lift quite a heavy, or they optimized for a heavy load with 8 cans, and compared to the teams before we had earlier, that's the way they were going for. It looks like it's a little bit slower, therefore, but maybe it can compromise that with the 8 cans.
I also think that they're just now entering the speed phase. So it seems like they're accelerating now. And performance for this high aspect ratio wing should increase quite a bit. And it seems some thermal is coming into the area as well.
Yeah, but nonetheless, you can come sit here if you'd like to. But is he also your pilot?
No.
Or, okay, no, because I thought he pilots 2 planes.
No, we have our pilot.
You have your own pilot, okay. Nee, ich glaube, also, keine Ahnung.
Yeah, some solid flying. Nothing really to comment on that. So awesome performance.
Elastic effects.
Yes, love it.
Yeah, you can clearly see every bump in the air. The wing is bending a little bit. But with that wingspan, that's actually expected.
And the current was 0, it was gliding, so they are done with their flight more or less. They come down for the landing. Still one more round to go to get down even lower before the landing area.
Still quite high.
Still 17
That aircraft has some
meters.
performance, so that will glide for quite a bit. So I think that will still be a go around.
We will see. Either go
No,
around.
it's really slow. Okay.
Oh, that was a smooth landing.
Very nice.
The grass is stopping it. Lovely airplane. Lovely to see.
And nice how he used also the motors to break it down. So very good performance.
Congratulations, WUT Aero Design, for that flight. Really well done. And yeah. Yes. Okay. And everything is in order. Perfect. Not that I say something else.
Yeah, next up is Team Fly Me. And we also have a representative here.
Hi, I'm Luigi.
And keep it very close.
Sorry.
Yeah. So, can you tell us something about your team?
Okay, we're a student association from the Politecnico di Milano, and we every year we try to compete in a competition of basically drone building. We primarily switch between ACC and UAS in these last few years, and yeah, That's basically it. We're about 70 students, most of all, in mostly aerospace and aeronautical.
Okay, that's quite a lot of students. How do you distribute the tasks, or do you distribute it for the different projects, or how do you manage that?
We only have really one project per year, and we have 5 departments, and so the students get distributed between all these different aspects of the aircrafts, basically.
Are all the 70 people here?
No, I think we're 16 here.
Okay, so who decides who is allowed to come?
We usually hold a vote, and we have some members that are, of course, so important for the project that they have to come. But then most of them are voted on.
Oh, I see we have a lot of chat going on. So, yeah, Forza Flamiano. Yeah,
yeah, some support.
Very nice. So, chat, pay attention because your team is going to fly now. So, something about the aircrafts. What are the specialties? What are your innovations?
Well, for the first time in our history, we're not very old team. We started competing in the ACC 2 years ago. But the specialty of this aircraft is we focus more on speed and on retractable landing gear, and also two-engine configuration is the first time we've ever tried that. So yeah, it was an interesting project to undertake.
And we just saw the takeoff and successful landing gear function. So that's already done. So it just has to work one more time.
Yep.
How is your reliability track record with the wheels or with the gear?
We've done a lot of work on the landing gear. We tested it quite extensively, and we think we found all the possible problems with it. So I feel quite confident with it.
Very nice. So you already have two working tasks in the score?
Yes, we have two. Our first 2 flights went well.
Very good, very good. So it's sometimes a little bit hard here as commentator to keep track of all the flights of all the teams. It's switching so fast, so please forgive us for not having everything directly in front of us.
No problem.
So can you tell us something about the construction of the aircraft?
The aircraft is primarily built of carbon fiber with a Rosehill core, and it's built in monocoque construction. So we use closed molds and pre-preg lamination. It's we have a rather helpful sponsor.
Did you also have some ovens for the pre-preg or some glass, or
we
can
go
you?
to an outside company who is our sponsor, who gives us their ovens. We laminate ourselves, but then we use their ovens, of course, because we don't have them.
Okay, so you laminate also at the at your sponsor then, or
primarily at the sponsor. Then, if we need to do some smaller bits, then we go to we do it in our lab also, but only for very small bits.
Okay, how big is your lab? When you say you have 70 people there, it should be quite a huge room with many offices and working spaces. Or
we have a rather tiny lab actually. We only really use it to assemble and to do conduct electronics tests. Most of our work is done actually on PCs and in the space of the university. So, but yeah, we have a rather small lab actually, which makes it problematic to build drones in.
Is that given to you by your university, or is it your own?
No, we have it from our university in concession.
The 70 people, is that it all engineers, or are you also having some media team for publicity?
We have a media department and a business and marketing department. And yeah, we have in those department we have a few management engineers. We have an architect too, some graphic designers. We have quite a varied mix of people in that department. Yeah.
That sounds interesting because I'm used to from I think mainly the teams here are solely aerospace students or engineers, and to have those people behind you for organizing stuff for doing media for you. That probably helps also with sponsorships and with
Yeah.
your financial budgeting and so on.
We found that out 2 years ago when basically the whole team was engineers and we were running out of sponsorships, money, anything. And so we have found that actually media and other, apart from engineers, is one of the most important aspects of a project.
Okay, we might ask for some tips from you there because we as AK Modell Stuttgart have the same issue you guys had 2 years ago. But so maybe we will come back to you to look for tips.
Yeah, I think Akamodel München has the same problem. Like, we might do nice aircrafts, but the publicity is usually a little bit of a problem. Since there's some rivalry here in Germany among the teams, how is that in Italy?
Well, we're a very young team, so unfortunately, we are still learning. Basically, looking at Udine today, they are leagues ahead of us, but we hope to be catching up quickly.
Yeah, I think it's really working, and as we can see, our aircraft is flying really well, and it was flying really fast. So um, I'm not sure how many cans you transported, so maybe there's a little bit of something that you can do there, but still the speed is already there, so that's a good start.
The project was focused mainly on speed, as we did some preliminary analysis on the score, and yeah, but we carry 4 for now for safety.
Yeah, and that was a very short landing at the beginning of the field with a shadow really close to the field, but awesome landing, and
it's down.
it's down. It's in one piece, I think.
Yeah.
So should be all fun.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Es que he escuchado la pausa.
So next up in order is Team Vantis Aero Design, and they're currently setting up the aircraft on the airfield, still waiting for telemetry.
I think also from the interviews, you can see that in the last years, all this field shifted quite a bit to the more professional area. So there's more media, there's more sponsors, there's really more professional approach to the entire competition, and that's nice to see. But we really have to also to look that the feeling of Air Cargo Challenge is not getting lost. And today and yesterday, what I saw is awesome. People and teams helping out the other teams. That's the spirit that's really core Air Cargo Challenge, and it's really nice to see that it's still working and still going on.
Yeah, you can really see the development the Air Cargo Challenge took in the past years, I would say. For example, the big tent here, I think in the early days or in the first few rounds of Air Cargo Challenges, the teams had only small pavilions each.
I think sometimes the teams brought their own pavilions because there was nothing basically there. And I think at least Munich had to transport the pavilion sometimes to Spain or something. I think there was some, I'm not sure if it was an additional tent or if it was just a field.
Yeah, and now you got that big tent here, which is resistant to all kinds of shitty weather. We had that on Thursday, actually, here. Tuesday, sorry. 2 days ago, right before the competition was here. And some of the small pavilions here took some damage, but they were fixable with gaffer tape. And we were safe in the big tent there. So yeah, that really is nice to have in case of some thunderstorms.
Yeah, and currently you can see Team Ventus flying. Was until now quite unspectacular flight, but really good performance. So that's what we want to see from the teams, because unspectacular is what you want as an engineer.
Definitely, if you can see nothing going wrong and nothing out of the ordinary, that's always nice. Looks like it's handled pretty well by the pilot. Nice center of gravity, and all in all, a nice construction. From the drone? Yes, it's off there.
Saving battery.
Saving battery, just turn off that one. As soon as they land, I will turn it on. It will take seconds.
And it seems that we're going now for the landing.
Ventus, ja? Ventus. Nee. Chuha ist Thailand. 10 teams to fly, yes. Ja, also ich glaube schon. Ja, doch, doch. Weiße T-Shirts, Terry gedruckte Rumpf. Und hohe Stecken.
And we're coming in for quite a fast approach. But it's braking well. And we have a very soft touchdown.
Landing by the pilot there. Nice to see. And congratulations on a successful flight. Team Vantis Aero Design.
Now you should have the video from the drone.
Aguanta poquito, aguanta poquito. Ahora te cambio, pero aguanta. Mírame si estoy recibiendo algo en el endpoint del dron. Mírame en el player si sale. No, que no me sale nada. Yo creo que. Así que solo wifi. Ah, no, 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 no. Ok, Carmen, te he quitado. Vale, Carmen, vamos a cambiarte el HDMI porque queremos que esos cables están pochos, ¿vale?
Relevo.
Cambio, ha ido alguien, darle el relevo a Carmen.
Que ha hecho dos.
Yo lo puedo hacer, pero ya, no sé si había hecho, no sé. No te preocupes. O quizás hacer una de práctica.
Auch con la cámara.
Ein bisschen, wenn ihr sehen könnt, dass die aus der Crew Team Albatros passt.
So next up is Team Albatros. Last round they had some difficulties with the yaw motion through the motors, and they apparently fixed that, and they're back on track and looks very smooth, going straight forward, and they take off, and it's green, so the takeoff is good.
Let's see them picking up speed now and going into the first corner. And
So, and we're a little bit over the current limit. We are at 30, 31 amps, but now it's going down for the speed flight.
Yeah, probably they want to take the penalty for their altitude gain in the beginning, and a little bit thought a little bit too much is okay for them, and yeah, they seem to be flying quite nicely. They got 4 cans loaded, and it's in the twin boom. Um, I would love to have one here to ask him what that decision or why they made that decision, because I imagine it's quite difficult to only raise your cans by one, because then there is some there's different weights, and center of gravity is not in the middle anymore. But yes,
I actually expect it's not that big of a deal, even, but yeah, it would be awesome if somebody of the team has time and wants to come to the media tent. So currently the current is a little bit under, so for the next flight, I guess they can go up a little bit and get still a little bit more performance out of that aircraft. It really looked in the beginning when they had a little bit more speed that it's also much more efficient flying. So I think there's a good possibility that they will improve quite a bit for the next flight still.
they already got 2 valid flights and 2 scores, so now it's time to improve those scores and yeah, see what the plane can handle. And they just touched down really nice and smoothly. A little bump in the end.
That should be a valid flight.
Congratulations, Team Albatross.
And next up, Tofane High School. Last flights, I think, were really successful.
Have you flown already? Or is it? Oh, no. Is you have flown already a few flights before, or are you flying soon next? Okay.
If you are starting a fifth round, yes, but if not,
Not today. No. Okay.
so no. We have
Okay. Okay. So yeah, I don't know.
tomorrow.
Interview.
I
I think it's better if you are flying. Yeah, and then. Oh, that was a
Unfortunate.
crash from Tofane Aigök, team number 16.
And unfortunately, we lost the empennage, so I'm not sure if that's repairable on the short term.
Yes, that probably was their try for today. They can have another try tomorrow if they fix it. And yeah.
Well, but you have to fix it.
Yes, you have
It's
to
like
fix it. Not if, but
the
if they
aircraft
manage to fix it
Yeah,
nicely.
there has been so bad crashes that still flew the next day. Sometimes it's a lot of work over through the night, but it's always worth it to repair it and try again.
Yes, you're correct. A little bit of GAFA, a little bit of carbon rovings.
A lot of super glue.
A lot of super glue, yes. And it will probably be ready to start tomorrow. I don't know if he comes in. Yes, could be. 36. Yep, jet stream. Sure. Sure. Come in. So that's yours. Yeah. Okay. So next up is Team 36 Jetstream, and we got an interview partner here from the team. Tell us a little bit about your team. How many people are you? How many were working on the plane? And how is how? Tell us a little bit about it.
Okay, hello. My name is Kamil. So I'm from Jetstream. We are here with 8 people, and for the plane, it was more about like 5 or 6. So not a lot of people for this kind of airplane, but I think it's really good. But we've been having some technical, like minor difficulties with electrical and with cables or something. Like last flight, we had a problem with a limiter, and it couldn't go down from the power. So the pilot had to fly until it ran out of battery. But now we think it's mended. So we're hoping for the best.
Oh, so I think I saw your team earlier, and we were wondering why you guys wouldn't come down. Is it the one with? Yes, I think it was that one. And you just couldn't turn off the motor, or
It was like we couldn't decrease the throttle. Like the pilot was decreasing the throttle, and the like limiter was sending the information for the engines still to be at those maximum power. So we think it was like a software issue, and we think it's going to be alright. But yes. So during the flight, the pilot just wanted to fly until the battery will be lower and the power will be lower. So it was almost made great, but it didn't like stop until the field and hit the field.
okay. And so you're positive that those issues are now handled and you're doing well in that round.
Yeah, I think so. I hope so.
Do you have already 2 valid rounds, or are you still looking for a score?
We are looking for the score. We have some bad luck, I would say. The first round we had some problems with our landing gear, and the second one, which is ironic, the engines wouldn't turn up to the 100%. So one time they don't turn up to 100%, and one time they cannot go down from it. So bad luck.
Okay, and it looks like the bad luck streak continues as your colleagues are carrying it off the runway. I think there's still some work to do in the evening here. You think you're gonna need a night shift to fix everything and to have it ready to fly by tomorrow?
Yeah, I think we'll do everything that is possible to make it fly tomorrow. But yeah, we'll live to fight another day, I would say.
Okay, then good luck to you guys. I'm really looking forward to seeing you fly by tomorrow. So yeah, thank you for being here, and yeah, good luck.
Thank you.
Yeah, unlucky.
Yeah, happens.
Also, ja. Ja, ein paar treten auch nicht an, bitte. Yes. That was chat stream. You're welcome. Diana kommt, dann Ituata. Ja. Also vielleicht ging Gas nicht, der hat ja. Also möglich. Ja. Mhm. Diana, perfect. Yes, just sit down and. Just keep it far away. Yeah. Best like 2 to 5 centimeters away. Yeah, yeah. Right. So now we've got here the team Diana, and a team member is here for an interview. Can you tell us a little bit about your group and about your aircraft?
Yeah, so we come all the way from Toledo, from the center of Spain, and our organization is like 3 4 years old, and this is our first time competing in such a big challenge. The ACC is such an international thing, and we're very proud to have a really good plane, where it's the first time that we're working with composite materials such as carbon fiber, and we're very proud of having it here.
Yes, that takeoff just now looked amazing. It looked really
Yes.
smooth. And yeah, it's your. You didn't get to get a score yet. What happened in the last flights? Did it crash? Did it lose parts in the landing, or
On the
update me?
first round, there was a problem in the takeoff. The plane went, I think, a little bit to the right, and so it went out of the takeoff area, and then it was null, and we ran out of time to take off. And in the second one, on the takeoff, it went really well. Both flights went really well actually, and the landing, but it just the wheel just flew out, and so it was null because a part of the airplane just went out.
I see.
And
So
then in the last one, the one from this morning, it just crashed into the field.
okay, but it seems to be flying now, and all the parts look fine.
Yeah.
And so let's hope you get a good first score for your aircraft.
What?
Yeah. Let's hope you get a good first score for your aircraft.
Yeah, I think it looks pretty well, and I think we can get some scores, some points.
How many people of you were working on it? How many people are you here?
So we're kind of 26 in the organization, but we only came 11, and 7 of them are actual participants inside the team working on it, although we all work together.
That's quite a big number of team members for a team which doesn't exist for that long of a time.
Yeah.
Do you took part in any other competitions for model flight, or how did that group form?
So we only went to a competition that's held locally in Spain, in Valencia. The team from the UPV, actually, the Extra 2,
Extra
organized
Dos?
that. Extra Dos
Yes.
actually organized that competition. And we only went there because it's near and it's such a young organization that it's the only place that we can take the aircraft to. But yeah, that's the only organization that we went to.
Okay, that's nice to hear. What's your goal here? Do you have anything you want to reach top 10, or we haven't seen a score from you yet, so
Yeah, that's true.
we don't see we haven't seen how far up you can go with your airplane. What's your goal? Tell me.
Well, our goal is to get at least in the first half of the table. But honestly, just coming here and being accepted and learning from other teams is a very rewarding thing and experience, because we learn we really learn a lot about other teams and about their techniques to get better at it. But it would be nice to get on the first half of the table actually.
Okay, that's a nice goal of you to achieve, to reach out to. I think your speed segment has come to an end,
Yeah, it can
and
be.
you're coming in for a landing.
I
Is the wheel now super glued, or
it can be super glued, yeah.
Okay.
Uh,
So let's see, and let's hope that you don't lose any parts as you're coming in for a landing approach.
yeah, I hope it lands. Looks
Oh, you got now a little bit of
a little
headwind.
bit of a headwind, yeah.
Let's see.
Just glide into it, yeah. There we
But
go.
that looks like a successful landing, a successful flight, as it stops just across from us, in front of us on the field. Congratulations on
Thank you
that
very
round.
much. Thank you for having us.
Thank you for being here. Ja, ja. Eine Wertung vor allem. Also, das ist immer schön zu sehen. Ja. Seems like we got a little break before the next team is ready. I don't see anyone making themselves ready for the airfield. So, if there is some movement there, we will continue. Close, or is it too close, too far, or is it fine? It's okay. I don't know how long it takes for them to get ready. Delays? Ja. Was? Was für Team werden heute? Ata, ein türkisches Team. Ja. So yeah, sorry for the quick delay. Next team up is the Turkish team I2 Ata from the Istanbul Technical University. It seems they are currently at loading and will be ready shortly. So it looks like Team Ituata is getting on on the field, getting ready for their flight, and let's wish them luck. No, not at all. What? What?
If something amazing happens, you simply said el diablo. El diablo. Wrong, you say el diablo. Yes.
So, so it looks like they're ready now for takeoff, and let's wish them all the best for the flight. The shooting of the aircraft, it is scored, and now it's engines on, and they have takeoff. Yes, a little bit bumpy, but they got their takeoff and go on for a nice flight.
And they have quite an interesting empennage construction with a very high but thin vertical tail. So seems they keep within the current limit quite well.
So belly.
No, because like if we see the vertical pole that is here in the camera, it's obviously outside.
Okay, yeah.
Not for us.
So we didn't see it quite there. It was a little bit outside of our view, but it is here again on the right side. And just cruising in the air. It has 2 cans loaded.
Using
So
27, 28 amps. Using all the power it can get without penalties.
oh, and it looks like they go really far to the left. And yes.
Oh, and they're coming back. Be careful. Guys, pay attention, please.
But they are back over the landing area. Seems like they got... Oh, and they touched down. Seems like the wind drove them a little bit too far to the left side and away.
Okay, you got it?
So I'm not sure. I don't think that was. I think that was in the no-fly area.
Also for the landing.
Yes, also the landing. I mean, probably a 0 point flight.
But that's for the judges in the end with the GPS
yes,
data. So
let's wait for the logger.
That's why we have this automated systems, and there's an objective way to rule these problems.
Yes. So next up in order is team number 15, Juhar from Thailand. And let's see what they bring to the table. So during that delay, we got someone here from Pollywood. It's the guys who are doing the live stream setup here and the technique, the guys behind it. How's it going for you guys so far? Are you fine with everything, with the organization and so on?
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for having us here. Yes, everything is going quite well today. Yesterday it was the first touch of the day, first day. Let's get everything working. Today we've been able to push the limit and we got our network up and running. So today's been a great day. One of our colleagues has been injured by a small accident, but he's okay. And we're having a great time here in the ACC.
That's lovely to hear. It's great to have you guys here, and especially with that value you bring here with the announcements, with all the technique, with your experience in live streaming and so on. It's really nice to have you guys here. I hope you enjoy it.
We're enjoying it, and we hope to be here maybe in the next 2 years. Who knows?
So it's such an amazing setup you have here and so much technical things. How often do you do this?
So every year we work with Stratos on the Extra Challenge, and during the year in our university we also work with other teams on different live streams. But on this scale, to go to another country, bring out all of our equipment and all of our team here, we've never done this before, and it's been a great challenge and a great opportunity for us. So we are really proud and really happy to be here. Honestly, thank you.
So for every listener and viewer, how many people are you, and how much effort did it take it for you to prepare for this live stream?
So in the total group, in our group Hollywood, we're a total of 100 people. But today here in Germany, there's 10 of us. We've been working with Yannick, with Thomas, with Hugo during the whole year, so like 12 months basically. Working a lot with UPV, with our university. We've been working on different live streams during the event, during the year with different teams. So if I had to put it into perspective, globally, 4 years. This last year, more intense to come here as ready as possible. We've also had was a good
Very good takeoff.
takeoff. Yeah, thank you. I was thinking about it. This year has been a great expansion for us. We brought our own Starlink, our own network system, like advanced network system. So we've definitely had a very big jump. But we've been doing this for some years now, and I feel you can see the experience on the end result.
Yeah, I think it's amazing that you do this and support this competition so much. And I really hope that we will see you again in the next Air Cargo Challenge, because it's such a big deal to have a live stream and have this audience all around the world, also for the sponsors and everything. So I'm sure you see there's a lot we can still improve on that, but it's an awesome step forward from the previous Air Cargo Challenges already.
That's for sure. There's also great talent in the team, and without them, nothing like this could ever happen again. So let's hope next ACC give us a call. I'm gonna say bye. I'm gonna go back to my place, and thank you guys for commentating that. I think no one has said it yet.
Thank you for being invited here, and thank you for all your help.
So currently, in case you've missed it, we are seeing Team 15 Chuhar from Thailand. We had a nice takeoff, and it's currently in the cruising segment at an altitude of 70 meters. They pulled a little bit more amp than allowed, so they are getting some penalties for that. But yeah, we will see how that flight will end. I'm not sure if they already have a valid attempt, and yeah, we just hope they bring it home safely and get a safe landing.
Yeah, actually, the last flight was actually a valid flight with 55 points, so it was not the highest payload, but they had a successful flight.
That's nice to hear. One successful flight is always nice, and yeah, better than no score. And to see your plane flying and being successful in flying and achieving the mission is half won, I would say.
And you always have to keep in mind that after the Air Cargo Challenge is over, the main thing is what you learned from it, the experience you had, all the takeaways from it. It's not really about what place you did, it's just the experience and the learning.
So it looks like they're coming for a landing attempt. They've touched down, and that looks nicely done. Congratulations. That is a completed flight for our team from Thailand. Congratulations.
Very nice.
Ja, aber ich glaube, wissen sie schon, dass sie da nichts gewinnen mit. Denen geht es wahrscheinlich echt nur um dabei sein. So it looks like the next team is ready on the starting line. Team number 32, BioAvia. They've loaded 3 cans. And let's see how they are doing in their attempt.
And if you're interested in the results of the Air Cargo Challenge, you can always go for the live results at aircargochallenge.de. And if you're looking for the old historic data, you can have a look at the English Wikipedia page, where are statistics of participations of the countries, who won what year, and every year is in there. So you can have a look at that.
Yeah, the scores are available at scores.aircargochallenge.de. So yeah, keep that in mind. And yeah, you can also have some nice graphics there for the ampage, for the current the teams are pulling, and get a lot of nice extra infos for the flights.
And we have an aborted takeoff, and we will roll back. Interesting.
That's a choice. Yeah, I mean,
think we didn't see that before.
No, me neither. Maybe they probably have more than enough battery, because in the end, when you don't have enough battery for a go around at the landing, that would be a shame.
No, well, we will find out, hopefully.
But it's back on the starting line and probably going for another attempt any second now. Ich glaube, von aircargochange.de kommst du nicht direkt zu Scores. Okay, and it looks like they, yep, green. They're
Valid
struggling to
liftoff,
climb a bit, but going for the first corner and are now up in the air 10 meters, 15, 20. Seems like they cleared off ground and are airborne. So nicely done from the pilot after first struggles. So I can't see them currently. There they are.
Flying right at the edge of the flight area. The aircraft actually struggling a little bit going against the wind.
So it's not the fastest aircraft, but I think it's important to get a valid score for the team now, and they can go for a good score later on and try to improve it with the flights tomorrow. Kann ich dich dann kurz alleine lassen?
And it's interesting to see the helper next to the pilot looking for a signal to receive the telemetry data and get all the information to the pilot directly, as we're currently trying to go for a landing approach. Very soft and clean landing. Let's hope they did not get into any safety area, but that looked like a very good flight. And next up is Uvigo Aerotech. So we actually have a collaboration with Extra DOS pilot helping this team to fly. Also something you will not see with every student competition or competitions in general, that pilots help out the other teams. Basically what makes the Air Cargo Challenge the Air Cargo Challenge, and a lot of former participants come back helping out, having an incredible time watching the new guys and girls fly here and perform. And unfortunately we had a failed landing gear because the aircraft drifted a little bit out of the starting area. Let's see if it's fixable or if that was that flight attempt. We already got a valid score in last round, but we're still missing one for the 2 flights that are counted for the final results. But unfortunately, it looks like the gear is damaged, so I expect that this is it for today. But there's still another day tomorrow, so nothing lost yet. All the chances are still there. Also for the audience and the web stream, come here tomorrow morning at 9 or 10 o'clock. The flights will start local time here, and you will see all the teams flying again, doing their final flights and trying to get an even better position for the finals then. And now we're looking at Air 1 from University of Bologna. So as you can see, we have quite a lot of Spanish, Portuguese and Italian teams here. And the aircraft is on its way for takeoff, and very short takeoff, but I unfortunately hit the ground again, but still looks good. So probably recoverable, and they can try again. Yes, we're running back. Team is cheering on. And we will see another try. Nope. Sidewind is playing some tricks here. But there's still time left apparently, so no problem for the next approach. And going further. But again, just cheer him on. It's the aircraft apparently doesn't want to. No, it really does not want to take off. And we have a liftoff. And unfortunately, we had a crash directly in front of us. But it's definitely flying, so we have to repair the spar apparently, but that's a repair doable thing. So latest overnight, we will be able to repair that aircraft, and we will definitely see them tomorrow again.
So how many teams are still coming? Sorry, anybody? How many are still coming?
The repeat.
Is this the last one?
I think this is the last one.
I don't see it.
Oh no, no, there's another one.
Take the drone away. What you would do. You are playing hide and seek.
And we are still in for one more flight today. And we have the last flight from team number 17 from Turkey, but actually I will not pronounce their team name. I'm very sorry about that. Maybe there's a teammate here who wants to pronounce it for me so I can learn it. Just come to the media tent. And they are going for up to 2 cans of payload. And we will see a repeat of that takeoff attempt. And looks good. We have a takeoff. And climbing fast. There's a lot of performance here. So we should see quite a bit of distance covered during that flight. This team is also going for the first counted attempt, and they're almost staying within the boundaries of the current limit, so they will get a few penalty points, but shouldn't be too severe. And actually, I think we had a stuck telemetry there. We're at only at 22, 23 amps, so we're a little bit below the limit, so there shouldn't be any penalties there, actually. And that would be awesome because we're looking for quite a good result if that's true. And we're covering quite some distance. So far, we see a really nice flight, making some distance, and it looks like the speed phase is over, and we're now looking for smooth landing. And landing looks good, really slow, and touchdown and no lost parts. So this should be a really successful flight. Congratulations. And actually our media team is working non-stop for you, and we got a small replay for you from the last flight of Team R1. Unfortunately, they had a small crash here, but since we don't have a lot of them, you can see that one again. And as you can see, the damage is there, but nothing too severe, nothing you can't fix overnight. So, as to my information, this was the last flight for this round and also for this day. So thank you everybody for watching the stream. Thank you for your support. Also, thank you to all the helpers, all the participants, all the sponsors. You did an awesome job. It wouldn't be possible without all of you. Thank you very much. And everybody on the field, please give a hand to all the media team and all the helpers here, and also to you for doing an awesome job. Thank you.